Okay, shall we start? Okay. So good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of our evaluation conference, and welcome to colleagues joining online. We have about 150 participants today joining online, in addition to colleagues who are here with us today. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the evaluation conference of the EIB, named Stronger Together to Drive Impact. A special welcome to our senior guests, board members, directors, and also colleagues from the Evaluation Division, former colleagues from the Evaluation Division, former Inspector General, and heads from the different members of the Evaluation Cooperation Group, from the National Promotional Banks, from bilateral organizations, and other colleagues. It's very much a pleasure to welcome you today. My name is Emmanuel Ponda. I'm the head of the Evaluation Division at the EIB, and together with Pauline, today will be your hosts, and we'll take you through the day. I will give the floor to Pauline to give you a few elements of organization.
Good morning, everyone. So for those who are new here today, my name is Pauline Moclet. I'm an evaluator in the EIB's Evaluation Division, and together with Emmanuel, we will be your masters of ceremony for the day. So I will start with a few practical points. First, I will be your timekeeper for the day, so I'll make sure that we stick to our schedule, and I will let our speakers and chairs know when time is up. Second, we will be using Slido today quite a bit. So you will see the QR code on screen. We invite you to use it. And you can use the Q&A section on Slido to share your questions and your thoughts at any point during the day. And we will also use it for some interactive moments during some of the sessions. And then finally, please note that the event is being recorded. The recording and the slides will be made available to you after the event.
Thank you, Pauline. This conference marks the 30 years of the evaluation function, and we wanted this to be a space for open exchanges on evaluation, on challenges, on learning across institutions and across perspectives. Not just about how evaluation has been or how evaluation is today, but how evaluation needs to evolve to remain useful and to be used for decision making. We had a very fruitful first day of exchanges yesterday with the colleagues from EU institutions, from National Promotion Banks, from IFIs, and from the community of evaluators and evaluation users. On the first day, we asked how to define success and how evaluation has to rethink the way it defines success, notably regarding the concept of additionality, which is a key criterion that defines the DNA of our organizations. We agree that additionality needs to be rethought beyond only mobilization metrics. It needs to be contextualized to also account for crisis situations, for example, where success has a different meaning than in more stable situations. Accountability also needs to better account for evolving policy objectives and be better embedded into the incentive structures so that it really shapes practices and not just the narratives. The second topic that we discussed was the challenge of keeping evidence credible while not overburdening organizations. Rigorous and credible information remains essential to verify impact. And at the same time, there's a very strong call for less complexity, for reducing excessive reporting. So simplification is not only about lowering the ambitions. It's not about lowering the ambitions. It's about focusing efforts on better targeted and proportionate evidence. Third, we discussed how to make evaluation useful and how we move from evidence to action. Strong evidence does not travel on its own. It does not automatically translate into decision or change. The influence of evaluation evidence is not something that you have to hope for once a report is being published. It's something that you need to design deliberately through the strategic selection of evaluations, through timely provision of evidence, through engagement and clarity about where and how evidence can enter into decisions. And finally, we discuss collaboration and knowledge sharings amongst peers and beyond the evaluation community, as it's really a way to enhance the influence and also to learn from each other. So thank you again for the very interesting engagements we had yesterday. Today we look more into practice, the evaluation practice, and beyond evaluation as well. We will open with a session on innovation in practice, using real examples from AFD, the French Corporation, from the European Commission, and from the EIB, to explore how innovation takes shape in our institutions, through collaboration across teams, through trial and errors, and through collective learning, and how evaluators can both benefit from innovation, but how evaluators can also turn innovative ideas into greater impact. Then we'll have a practical session on what it takes for recommendations to really lead to change within our organizations. At the EIB, we have a system for that. We have a process of follow-up on recommendations, but we recently assessed this process, and building on this study, we'll assess what makes recommendations stick, and where even well-designed process may require extra thinking to really create change. Next, we'll have a session on frameworks for measuring value added. This discussion builds on yesterday's exchange we had on additionality, but with a more practical perspective, focusing on frameworks that institutions use in practice to measure and demonstrate their added value. And finally, we'll conclude with a session on innovative ways to communicate evidence. We know that only putting reports on the table is not sufficient to really make a change. And there are very, very innovative ways, in fact, very interesting ways to make evaluation evidence more engaging through formats, through modalities of interactions. And so it makes a difference for the organizations. So I think it's quite an interesting agenda that we have for today. But let's start with the first session. Pauline, as you're joining the panel, maybe I ask you to sit and to be accompanied by the other colleagues for the first panel. And I will invite our first speaker, Birgit Köhlen, to join us. Birgit is the head of the strategy and outreach unit in our evaluation division. And throughout her career, she has supported innovation, from advising startups to co-leading EIB initiatives like the Cleaner Transport Facility to advance e-mobility. She will guide us through this discussion on how innovation and collaboration in evaluation can drive our impact. Please, Birgit.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and good morning. Not just everybody here, but also online. Welcome through the first session of today. Keep your Slido at hand, because that's also how we're going to interact with people online. And we also will have a quick question for you on Slido later on. As Emmanuel already said, we're going to talk about how we leverage innovation as evaluators and others, not just to improve our own work, but also how we amplify that impact for our organizations. Innovation is always a means to an end. It's not the goal itself. And that is also the truth for evaluators. In the end, innovation should support us to work better, stronger insights, enable smarter decisions, and increase effectiveness of the institutions we support. And I have the great honor, I think I have the biggest panel of the conference. We have 6 people and we only have 1 hour. So this is a bit of an experiment in itself. We have prepared well, and I'm very proud to sit here with these 5 people here in the room, and we have Silva online, hopefully. First, next to me, we have here from AFD, Ingrid Dalman. She is an evaluation officer and a geospatial data specialist nowadays. And next to her, we have Jean-Claude Pires. For those who have been joining yesterday, you have seen him yesterday, and he had some very insightful things to say yesterday, and he will bring us more today. Today, they will talk together about how they innovated leveraging geospatial information. And now they're working to mainstream this within their organization. Then we have from DG IMPA in the room, Anna Picazzini. And online, we have Silva Havlu. They both work for DG IMPA. Anna is an evaluation officer, and Silva is a strategic foresight policy analyst, full name. They will share how they use a foresight method for an evaluation to include the forward-looking perspective. Because in this changing world, we have to be ready. And then we have from EIB, first Thierry. Bonjour Thierry. He is the senior advisor on AI adoption in the IT directorate. It has another name in the bank, but this is easier to understand what he does. And he will show how IT is developing a governance structure to support the bank in adopting AI in a responsible way. And they're also providing us with training and other kinds of support. So he will talk about that. And then finally, we have Pauline. You have seen her before. She is one of our evaluators. And plus, she is the AI working group coordinator. She will talk about how we're exploring how to use AI in evaluations. With these three examples, we will explore what it takes. What does it take to innovate? And we want to draw lessons together here. Maybe you can already share a bit ahead. So I hope that now the Slido is appearing and you will see what does it take to innovate. Maybe you can put one word, a short sentence on what you think that it will take to innovate. We will, once we get to the panel discussion, we will use this word cloud to also guide us through the discussion. It's not fully scripted today. So without further ado, I give the floor to EFD. Can we move back to the presentation as well? Then we should be seeing shortly the presentation. Yes, there we are. And the first slide. You want maybe push it?
So thank you, Brigitte. Maybe just start by saying that I will be very quiet today to leave as much as possible the floor to Ingrid. As I was presenting yesterday the evaluation function at AFD, I just wanted to recall that it covers a variety of exercises from project level evaluation, broad scope strategic evaluations at sector, country level, corporate level. But also I referred yesterday to a specific type of exercises that were the rigorous scientific impact evaluations we decided to invest in a couple of years ago, and we have 20 ongoing. And it's in the framework of these types of scientific impact evaluations that we basically tested the potential of geospatial data and tools. Basically because we had this intuition that it will allow us to answer questions that we were not able to answer before that. And I referred also yesterday on one of the principles of our evaluation policy to have this tailor-made approach. So we were not stick to a specific standardized methods, and this was embedded in our policy. So this allows us also to try the use of new tools and methodologies. So basically today, as you may know, we have tools and data where we can count how many trees have disappeared in Madagascar since a couple of years, where we can measure whether a Vietnamese province has fully recovered or not from a typhoon, and or track the evolution of a wetland in France for the past 40 years. So based on this, and the fact that we can do this from our desk office. So this was the initial intuition, and it was fundamentally changing the way we were approaching the way we're measuring some of the impacts of our policies. So Ingrid will give you a flavor of what we did as initial steps.
Thank you. And yes, so this opportunity of using geospatial data and tools for impact evaluations comes from two main factors. First, data. There are large volume of open access satellite data, mainly for instance from the Copernicus program from the European Union and Landsat from NASA. Global coverage, enabling analysis across countries and regions, including hard-to-reach areas. Long-time series, allowing ex-post and long-term impact evaluation, and high spatial resolution, enabling analysis at very local levels. And second, methods and tools. This data can be used with rigorous impact evaluation methods, as Jean-Claude said. There is also practical and guidance, such as the Geospatial Impact Evaluation Handbook, which we are developing with, in a collaboration with Data, which helps apply these methods across different contexts and sectors, and user-friendly tools and applications, including data portals and AI solutions, and ready-to-use tools for data processing and analysis. So we can say today that the issue is not more technical and not mainly technical, but these methods are, and tools and data are still very underused in evaluation. And so I can show you an example on how we use this at the AFT. And it doesn't change. Okay, thank you. So I will tell you an example of how we mobilize this data and tools. In close collaboration between researchers in France and Madagascar, the KfW evaluation team and project stakeholders, we use satellite data to study whether protected areas have reduced deforestation and fires in Madagascar over the last 25 years. And there are key questions for the biodiversity conservation. These are very key questions for the biodiversity conservation that can be answered using only open source geospatial data and satellite image. But there are still other important evaluation questions, such as what is the impact of protected areas on local population, or what is the role of protected areas management and governance, which we cannot answer only with satellite image. So we also need field data, information on local population, and information on project implementation. So for this analysis, we combine satellite data, surveys, and project data to answer the main questions of this kind of projects. So that is an example of innovation in practice, and it changed how we measure impact and what we can understand. And this example shows us that this case innovation, that in this case, innovation does not replace existing methods, but it complements it. And it helps it to do it better and go farther on comparing to what we have done until now. And so to have some lessons and some key factors for success in this project specifically, and we can say that there are three factors: dedicated financial and human resources for impact evaluation, strong and long-term collaboration with KfW and academic partners, researchers, and close involvement of operational teams and project owners. So I will stop there to...
Thanks. I will immediately give the floor now to Anna. Maybe you can also pass the clicker.
Thank Thank you. So the innovation that we introduced at DG INTPA was the inclusion of a foresight method in one of our strategic evaluations. At the time, about 2 years ago, DG INTPA was about to commission a large strategic review of the EU's support to partner countries in the education sector, covering 10 years of education support. And the education colleagues who were our user unit, who needed this evaluation, they had a specific request. They wanted the evaluation not only to be retrospective assessment for accountability and lesson learning, but they wanted to include a forward-looking exercise that would allow the evaluation to consider the emerging trends, global shifts and priorities that were taking place in the education sector, so that the evaluation can then reflect this in the findings, conclusions, and especially in the recommendations that would be made for INTPA's future strategy and actions in the education sector. Because of this request, a specific request from the user unit, we decided to include a foresight approach. But really how we did it was by embedding a series of forward-looking evaluation questions directly in the terms of reference of the evaluation, so that we would give a clear signal to the contractors that the evaluation should not be just retrospective, but should really include this reflection and these anticipatory element. And also we decided internally to make this a pilot, so a deliberate try and test pilot to see how it would work. But I am no foresight expert. However, I had met a colleague, Silva, who is online with us today, who is a strategic foresight policy analyst at DG INTPA. And so we had met at an internal workshop at INTPA, and I reached out to her about this, and I would like to pass the floor now to her, who would explain the collaboration and how the innovation really played out.
Welcome, Silva. We're
Hello.
trying.
Good morning. Thank you for unmuting me. So that's great. Thank you for invitation. I'm very sorry I cannot be with you in person. I will just continue where Anna left it. So we decided not to prescribe to the contractor which foresight method or tool should be integrated, but let them, to come with a proposal. And they picked a tool which is called Delphi Survey. Delphi as in the Oracle of Delphi, but we were not looking for prophecies, of course, but for a structured elicitation of expert judgment. So in this way, it was really great that Anna, as an evaluation manager, engaged with the foresight team early, because it allowed us that to assess, the relevance of the Delphi for the evaluation question, even, as to certain extent the applicability of it. And it allowed me as a kind of foresight expert in the DG to advise a little bit on the tool design, on the fine tuning of the whole process, and also to support during the launch of the Delphi survey. So also together we could review the drafts, and I could kind of help to shape the whole thing with more methodological guidance. One of the reasons why we did it is because in the Commission and also in DG International Partnerships, we approach foresight as a practical working tool. something that can be and should be integrated into workflows. Because as Brigitte mentioned at the beginning, you know, in today's world, which is very volatile, full of uncertainties, foresight is one of the methods which actually can really help us to build more robust programs or to build more robust policies, which hopefully are more resilient and can withstand today's volatile times. What helped us a lot also in this type of innovation was that we had a sort of inspiration. We established links with colleagues in Finland who were the evaluation team actually in the Finnish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And in Finland, they are pioneers of foresight methods, and they included already also in program design for quite a while, and that was a bit of an inspiration both for Anna and the evaluation unit, and for me as a foresighter or futures thinker. And the difference where it made, besides the inspiration, that we learned that there needs to be time and availability across the full process. So not only at the launch, but also during the whole delivery. And also another lesson which we had was making interinstitutional collaboration effective is to start small, especially if as Anna mentioned, if it's a pilot. And I think I will leave it here because there will be more opportunities and we are short on time.
It's then the cue for Thierry. If we could put back the slides because Thierry has a few slides.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Merit, and thank you, Pauline, for the invitation, and thank you, Emmanuel. So I come from a new division, which is called the AI division, which was created very recently, and actually I'm going to talk for a few minutes about how we can stimulate or foster the success of an AI strategy at the bank and what we are doing here. So it all started 2 or 3 years ago with the creation initially of a small laboratory, the AI lab, which started working on a number of initiatives. But we soon realized that actually you need a combination of 2 types of approaches to turn an AI strategy into a successful one. You need both a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach means that you need the backing of the top hierarchy as well, and this resulted in the creation 6 months ago, in September last year, of an AI steering committee, which is co-chaired by 3 DGs from IT, from finance, and from our subsidiary, the EIF, because it is really a group initiative and not an initiative from the bank, but from the EIB group. And this AI steering committee is actually responsible for prioritizing the initiatives and also making sure that these initiatives and the strategy are aligned with the bank's core values, with also the guidelines from the EU legislation, EU Act, GDPR, etc. So it needs to be aligned with all these values, standards, and strategic values. And definitely there is a need for governance, which comes from the top to get the backing and the support from the top hierarchy. At the same time, we also need a bottom-up approach, and we launched a campaign last year to collect a number of use cases, to ask people where they thought that AI could be impactful and could represent a significant value to their processes and their activities. And this resulted in a collection of 150 use cases. Some of them are currently being worked on. They've been prioritized in a number of clusters depending on their feasibility, on the return on investment, etc. And these use cases were also prioritized with the help of a network of so-called AI champions, which is a decentralization of AI knowledge and AI support throughout the services. So each service, each Directorate General has a number of go-to people, contact people who are tech savvy, who know about a little bit about AI, and who are ready to invest time to help the business prioritize their requests and help IT as well prioritize the requests as well. So they are the interface, these AI champions, and we have something like 120 AI champions throughout the bank as well, who are helping us prioritize all these initiatives. Initially, these initiatives were separate, distinct initiatives, like working on a number of, well, not just deploying Copilot, but also right now the division is building a platform, an AI platform with a number of functionalities, document summarization, machine translation, report building, etc. We need access to these kinds of things as well. When we process invoices, we are building chat box to allow people to interact with our website, to figure out whether they are eligible for EIB funding and that type of thing. So there are a number of separate initiatives which are all under this umbrella here, and that needs proper governance, as I was saying, from top down, but also from bottom up. And what I wanted to say here is that at the center of this strategy, we need to keep the human, not just in the loop, but I prefer even to say in the cockpit, which is absolutely important and crucial for the success of such an initiative. And because it's not just a technological project, it's not just a technological challenge, we need to foster both the entrepreneurial mindset as well, the need and the willingness to innovate, and also to fail sometimes as well. So we might be talking about that in the context of risk-taking in the future as well in the discussion. But we also need to build capacity, to raise awareness about the potential and the constraints and the limitations of AI. And this is also done via traditional learning courses, like prompting courses, or how to build your prompts in an AI perspective, but also creating a series of bi-weekly AI coffees, which are regular discussion times that happen every 2 weeks, where we try to raise the maturity of the staff with respect to AI issues. So building capacity, trying to drive adoption, because we need to raise awareness about that as well in order for it to be successful. So there are multiple dimensions to that, to the AI strategy here. We are at the beginning of this path, but we already have a number of concrete realizations as well. And this is quite an exciting challenge on which we all embark as a group. Thank you.
So just to complement very briefly and to explain the perspective that I bring. So together with my colleague Marissa, we are part of we represent our evaluation division as AI champions in the network that Thierry mentions. And so, as Thierry mentioned, we are at the beginning of the process. I think the network was launched 2 months ago. And the idea is that as AI champions, we will be responsible for identifying or helping identify the use cases in our teams, and then assess those use cases and help develop the solutions. So we have to assess them in terms of the relevance, in terms of the potential benefits, and then also assess, which solutions would be needed to develop the use cases and how they will be developed. So if it's more citizen-led solution, which means that the solution would be developed by our team, or if it is a solution that would require involvement from IT. And then, as Thierry mentioned, so we also receive dedicated training to help us in that. And I think we'll have more time to reflect on how this is helping us through the discussion.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you, whole panel. I think we 4 minutes late on schedule, which is quite good, given that we started a little bit later. Can I ask to show the word cloud? We asked, what does it take to innovate? And I would like to have the same reflection. First, we will ask the panel, and then also take in maybe a few of these words, if they resonate, if you see other ones. I will first give the floor to the Commission. Anna?
Yeah. Very interesting. Courage. I like that a lot. So for us, what it took to innovate, I think 2 main things from my perspective in this case. The first one was a genuine need to improve our strategic evaluation and to make them really useful. And I think we talked yesterday a lot about usefulness on this stage, but we wanted to make the strategic evaluation decision useful in the changing world, in the changing context. And that's why we decided to include these forward-looking questions, this foresight dimension. We knew that the evaluation couldn't just be for learning and accountability. We wanted it really for the future programming. The education colleagues had been very clear they needed this for their future programming, and so they were very clear on what that they had decisions to be made based on this, and that the past focused recommendations were necessary but not sufficient. They wanted recommendations that were also, as we say in Foresight, future-proofed. And so because of that, it made a lot of sense for us to include this foresight and forward-looking and anticipatory within the evaluation. So this genuine desire to improve, but on the other hand, also a calculated risk-taking. The Commission, DG INTPA, as a public sector institution, is using public money, of course, is inherently risk-averse. So because of that, we needed something that would allow calculated risk. It would allow to create a safe space for the innovation. And so really deliberately designing this as a pilot allowed that safe space to take place. It allowed the conversation, it allowed the risk to be ring-fenced so that we could generate the evidence on how it worked and then whether to scale this up. And this is exactly what happened in practice. We had this pilot, there were challenges, but we learned a lot. And now what we're doing is that we're still including some anticipatory elements in other terms of reference of ongoing and current and future evaluation. And this was really thanks to the pilot approach that it showed the added value. So the pilot mindset really helped. Yeah.
Thanks, Anna. That was really useful to hear. Can I give the floor now to either Ingrid or Jean-Claude?
So regarding geospatial data and tools, well, if I stick to one of the words that are coming out, understanding needs, well, from the evaluation perspective, we had a clear need with a couple of questions that were not easy to answer without using this kind of methodologies. So this is why we took the risk to use and pilot some of these new methodologies. But as for the AI, we were also confident at some point that this was the potential was far beyond evaluation in using this kind of tools. So what happened within AFD? So we tried to demonstrate the value of using this new type of data and tools for evaluation. And it's important to note that in our case, we valued a lot the partnerships with external colleagues and partners. And so Ingrid was referring to this journey that we are jointly doing with the German colleagues from KfW, with research centers. And it was important to have these external partnerships in this pilot phase of testing things. But at some point, the idea was to generate interest from other users than simply evaluators. So when we are really at this point of time, because generating interest from, so creating needs from others than evaluators, it's implying operational teams. So we, Ingrid, illustrated with a single example in the agricultural and biodiversity sector, but we are very much convinced that this type of methodologies could be used in other sectors, transport, urban development, etc. And far beyond, I would say, even operational needs. This is a transformational innovation that can be used far beyond our area of. So we are at this point of time where basically we have credible examples of how this could change our business. But still, we didn't at this point to have an overall framework to organize things internally and externally. Things are happening, but it could happen. We have to institutionalize and disseminate broadly, and for this, and to avoid that this new technology in old organization has was saying, the speaker yesterday, become an expensive old organization, we have to find out an institutional frame to basically disseminate broadly these technologies. So what is happening at AFD is that from the evaluation department, now our innovation division is taking on board this issue of how to use broadly geospatial data and tools. This is basically what happened also at KfW. And also what's happening is that other internal users are appearing outside of the scope of evaluation. For example, colleagues from the ex-ante environment and social safeguard are now developing these kind of tools to basically help their daily work of assessing ex-ante what are the ENS risks of the specific projects. And what is also happening now is that geospatial data and tools are seen as a new business line for AFD in terms of investments. So colleagues from Expertise France, our technical cooperation agency, and colleagues from the operational business lines are also developing partnerships with our partner countries, helping the countries also to develop their own environment using Earth observation or space technologies. So things are happening in Rwanda, in Kenya. So from something that was tested for evaluation, it's broadly being disseminated internally to change our corporate processes, but also it's becoming something that is a part now of the operational business lines. But institutional arrangements still have to find out to make this, I would say, more organized.
Thank you. Also, thank you for all the openness on not only talking about what is going well, but also what the challenges are, because I think we can learn here from each other. Can I give you the floor, Pauline?
Yeah. So reflecting a little bit on what it takes to innovate, I would mention two things. And it was mentioned also by Ingrid, of course, time and resources. So in the case of artificial intelligence at the EIB, of course, it's extremely helpful that there is a clear intention from top management to onboard the whole institution when it comes to AI, and that the time and resources are being dedicated to it. So you have, the Thierry's team that has been set up. You have this whole governance structure that has been put into place. There's a lot of training that is being provided to staff, and then you have this AI champions network that was put into place. But then also in EV, actually, because with support from Monique, our Inspector General, and with Emmanuel, we're very lucky to have our very own data scientist in our team, Marissa, who's in the back. And her job really is to develop innovative solutions for the team so that we can make better use of quantitative and qualitative data. So it's quite a big task that is put on her shoulders, but it's extremely, extremely helpful. And actually, Marissa is, she came to our team. I think as I said, it's quite a big task. And it brings me to my second point, which is that innovation also takes a bit this entrepreneurial mindset that Thierry mentioned, right? So you need to be a little bit of a pioneer, also here in the bank. And but what's nice with artificial intelligence, and I think we all experience it in a sense, because we're all trying to work with Copilot and ChatGPT and those kind of tools. In the end, you really need to try things out, right? You can have all the structure in place, you can have all the training that you need, but in the end, you need to use the tool, you need to try things, and you need to see how you can make the tool work for you, right? And I think that's what's interesting with what is happening now within the institution, with this combination of a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. So we come from an approach that was very much top-down in the past, right, where IT was very centralized, and now we are shifting to this new approach where you have the top down, but you also need this entrepreneurial mindset from the teams. And it will be interesting to see where we strike that balance, right, between the top-down and the bottom-up, right? Because I would be tempted to say that you also want the bottom-up to have the freedom to try new things and to really push the boundaries, of course, always managing the risks. But I think that's where we will see the best results. And it really takes a bit of a shift when we compare to how things have been in the past.
I would also add, when seeing the word cloud here on the screen, that a number of people are referring to understanding the needs, the problem identification. This is very important as well, because of course the IT people do not necessarily understand the business processes, and the business does not necessarily understand what are the limitations, what are the constraints, the guardrails that need to be put in place, etc. So there needs to be constant communication between the two aspects of this kind of change management perspective here in this particular case. And understanding the needs also means that sometimes it is important to understand when AI should not necessarily be used, because we're always talking about how AI can increase productivity. But if you decide to use an AI application for the wrong task, then researchers have shown that it can also result in a huge drop in productivity and performance, and it can be up to 20%. So, I mean, there are people who actually quantified the drop in performance simply because you are not selecting AI to do what it is supposed to do, or you are not necessarily aware of its constraints and limitations. And that is very important as well. And that's also why there is this need to upskill people, to elevate the maturity level of everyone, not just in the IT, where you need to have a bunch of nerds and tech-savvy engineers who are working with all these LLMs and able to develop them, but also elevating the maturity of the sort of rank-and-file staff members in the organization, so that we achieve a common goal. We use the same kind of vocabulary as well, so understanding the concepts without necessarily becoming a specialist. That is a challenge in itself with respect to awareness raising, but that's the key to the future adoption of these tools as well.
Thank you. That's already a very rich overview. I'm going to give the panel a quick extra round to react to each other, and then we will turn to the room to take some questions. We first will have now the Commission. Can we give the floor to Silva?
Hello, I think now it works again. So a lot of the things which the other panelists said really resonated with me, and I think with our case definitely, because some of the things, especially on having this in-house knowledge and expertise, which you have to usually build if you are trying to do something new. So these building capacities and so on, like we also have it for foresight, whether it is trainings within INTPA, which are organized in-house, or also across the Commission. We work a lot with the JRC, the Joint Research Center, on the methodologies, and that is very, very important and very, very useful. Also, what I think resonates is that to have this type of champions, like you have the AI champions, we have actually a community of practice for foresight and for futures thinking. So we're also, you know, like we call it Foresight Hub in INTPA, and there you can really focus on practicing foresight, learning the new methodologies, looking at ways of understanding the needs of the teams, as someone mentioned, where and when to integrate foresight. Because we started rolling foresight in DG INTPA already 3 years ago, so in 2023. And actually, because the evaluation team and the unit where the evaluation team is had a foresight workshop, that's how this whole process started. So, you know, it's also what somebody said, this combination of the bottom-up and top-down approach. I find it crucial for innovation. And also maybe to mention these champions again. So the top approach, having a champion not only between staff and but also between the management. So senior people who can back the ideas, authorize pilots, and you know, shield it from potential resistance. Because you know, especially with foresight, many see it as, because it's a qualitative method more than a quantitative, it doesn't always fly with everybody. And but you know, so you need support from both sides. And last thing which really resonated me in the World Cloud actually was this willingness to test and fail. I don't really see it like that. I just see that as an institution, we also need to learn to view criticism and disruption not as something we should avoid, but also something which should be integral part and productive part of our work, because that's pretty much how we can move forward and how we can innovate. So I'll end here. Thanks.
Thank you, Silva. I really, I started smiling when you said we should not avoid the friction, but look for it. Thank you. Can I give the floor back to Thierry?
Yes, of course, when we are talking about risk-taking, innovation, well, the word risk is very important in a bank. We are a bank. We are very much aware of our AAA rating, and we want to preserve it, of course, as a public institution, as the EU bank. So the important thing is to know where to put the cursor there, because we want to be able to innovate. We want to increase the risk-taking, but it's also related to risk appetite. And where do we put the cursor? There is the key to the success of these strategies as well, because we cannot we are not like a startup, and we cannot be compared to a startup in the Silicon Valley that can fail and take the money from the business angels and then burn it, and then afterwards, okay, yeah, project failed, and we move to something else. So that is not our philosophy as a public institution, but at the same time, we have to be able to take some level of risk. So the key strategy, and that's where we need the guidance from this AI steering committee as well, is getting the backup from a governance perspective as well, from the top hierarchy, who allows us to experiment with a number of things within certain limits. And the key idea is where to put the cursor in this particular context.
Thanks, Thierry. Avdi, some final words before we give the word to the...
And yes, and thank you. And I would like to react to this idea of entrepreneurial mindset that you mentioned, Thierry, Pauline. And this englobes a lot of terms that have been mentioned also. So experimenting, risk-taking, learning, accepting failure. But entrepreneurial mindset also englobes competition. And today and yesterday, we talked a lot of collaboration. So there is also this question of what is the balance between competition and collaboration? What is the limit? And how transparent should be and in our innovations. And so, for instance, and going forward on the example of collaboration with KfW, and they shared with us their analytical code for a portfolio level impact evaluation, which we were able to replicate, adapt, and improve to our own portfolio. And we think that this type of openness is very powerful. It allows us to move faster, avoid duplicating efforts, and to build on what already exists. So not doing again and again the same thing and in isolated ways. And also, and what Silva mentioned, we also contribute to a broader community of practice. The name is MAPME Initiative, which is a community of practice on geospatial data and tools for development. And together with GIZ, the French Research Institute for Development, IRD, KfW, and AFT, and where recently other institutions joined, like World Bank, ADB, and IFAD, FAO. And this community is based on open science, open data, shared learning, and we talk, we have a meeting each month where we share experience and history of success and failures, or we search opportunities of new collaborations, or we build and some learn and capacity building projects, or we also and try to build some solutions regarding to geospatial data and use. So yes, only I wanted to share this this additional example also. Thank you.
Thank you. I like also this concept of there is a competition, but there is also another word which I like better, is co-opetition, where you look for where you should collaborate with your competitors. There is a whole science, I think, behind it. Is there anybody in the room that want to ask something or say something? Oh, this is a popular subject. Mani was the first, really quick.
Manny Jimenez, Asian Development Bank. Really interesting panel, thanks. I had a question about how, if you have any advice on how do you scale up from the pilots? I noticed when the word cloud, the word courage, and there's one thing that makes bureaucrats, international bureaucrats nervous, is to say, to be told that that was a courageous act. And especially it relates to what, Thierry, you were mentioning about the risk-taking attitude. And I was just wondering, you know, how do we keep pilots from just being small pilots? Do you have strategies now for scaling up, especially in the whole systems in our institutions? What we found, for example, that the legal department often comes in with a lot of restrictions that really hinders what we try to do.
So we keep from this one, how do we scale up? Maybe go next to Indran from IFAD.
Greetings, Indran Naidu, Head of Evaluation, IFAD, Independent Office of Evaluation. Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. What I caught is this group meets monthly and gets an update. My question and comment relates to the new skill sets needed for evaluators. So it's moving beyond quantitative, qualitative. They need to understand technology. I like the point being made about working upwards, but there has to be higher awareness and skills from the evaluators also in technology, or it'll be used in an unintelligent way. Right. So, and I think, you know, that's the first point. The second point is, how do we move in actually discerning that there are many dangers in using AI, and that relates to privacy, manipulation, etc., and that can actually impact on our credibility as evaluators. Thank you.
So how do we scale up, and how do we deal with the risks in relation to AI? And then we have Yuri at the other side. Give a second for Zoika to come.
Thank you very much. Yuri Maronov, evaluator at the EIB. I have a question for Ingrid and Jean-Claude. First of all, thank you very much. I'm very envious of your use of geospatial data, and my questions are actually more technical than organizational. The first one, is the open source data, open source pictures sufficient for your needs, so evaluation needs, or do you also use proprietary data? And the second question is, I mean, you alluded to it briefly, not in your presentation, but on the slides, because I saw the word Claude. So do you use AI in combination to select the best match, the best possible pictures for your evaluation questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuri. We have to make sure that we don't make it a specific session on geospatial or AI, because we may need 3 hours then for the discussions. But let's see if we can briefly take on that. I had Anna available here, but I can also read it. I have it here. There was a question online also of how you use geospatial models to assess criteria like spillovers, catalytic effects, and so on geospatial. Then I saw one gentleman there, and then we give you the floor, and then I think we have enough to close, because we also have to have enough time to answer.
Yeah, Eduard Bonet, UNICEF. I will make it very short. So last year, UNICEF did an evaluation, the second evaluation on innovation, and published end of the year. And one of the recommendations is about, unsurprisingly, about improving the measurement of the investment, the cost of innovation, and the outcome. And yeah, the Evaluation Office is working on this, also in collaboration with the Innovation Office and the Evaluation Office are collaborating on this. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit about this, no? Particularly in your organizations, how are you thinking of addressing this? Thanks.
Thanks, very good question. Angela?
Thank you. Well, my question is very much related to what Indran said, actually, because introducing innovation, I mean, means also accepting that technology can perform activities that, at least in part, can perform activities that until now have been performed by people. So this also means accepting reimagining actually the role of evaluators, our role of evaluators. So how could we successfully achieve this?
Thanks, Angela. Also, as part of the scale up, I have a question online which says, to the Commission, any plans to mainstream foresight? As we have so many, I will go in this sequence across, and you can take the selection of the questions that feel most appropriate to you. Sorry if we then have not answered everything, but I think it's not possible within the hour.
And yes, thank you. About concerning the question on if we use, if open source data is enough, it is enough to answer a lot of questions. And it depends on what the question is, what you want to analyze. And when the impact is on large space of protected areas, and the impact of protected areas on deforestation or fires, it is enough. Or the example that Jean-Claude mentioned about measuring the impact of typhoon on the economy. You can use night lights to measure how the urban part of or the economics and the economic activity was affected. But if your question is how electrification projects affects a village or I don't know, water projects, and you need, or if your questions is at the neighbor level, you need very precise data, what exists. And there, open source is not enough. And it can be measured with satellite maybe, or rather with drones, for instance. But it is very expensive. And it is very difficult to analyze also because it's a very big data and analysis. And so you need also the infrastructure and the people to do that. So yes, and it is not enough. And also when we speak about geospatial data, it is not only image and data, but also, for instance, mobile phone data, which can be geolocalized, which is very powerful on all the information that about migration, about reallocating of people, etc. And that is very expensive. And you need to make partnerships, and you need to have contacts. So that is difficult. And yes, I will stop there.
Thanks. And I think you answered implicitly already the one on spillovers. Yes, you can to a certain extent, but it's difficult if you have to come up with a proxy.
And yes, but we can measure, we can counter, we can take into account spillovers. We take it over the analysis because it is important to take it into account. Yes.
Super, thank you. Anna, which question do you want to take?
So I think I want to take a couple. First of all, the one about cost. I think that's really interesting because at the end of the evaluation, we actually had a discussion and a debrief with the contractor about the cost and how much it costed to do the Delphi survey, to include it. And they told us it was the same as a field visit. So in terms of man time and that all the costs, and for us it was really valuable that to know, because as it was a pilot, it was the first time. And again, of course, it depends on the scale of the survey. We agreed, of course, how many at the beginning. The Delphi is quite complex. We needed a panel of experts. We had to put like boundaries in terms of how many experts they would reach out to, etc. But it was good to put an idea of how much it costed. So now we know for the future how, when, and if we can include it in another evaluation. And then the question from Manny in terms of scaling up from pilots. I think what we learned there, I mean, we did this pilot with the education evaluation, but then we also had a debrief internally with the education unit, with the evaluation colleagues as well. And we talked to our colleagues, and now it was evaluation managers who then came to us and said, okay, well, we want to include some anticipatory elements. They reach out to Silva, they reach out to me, but it's on a case-by-case basis, of course, but it's about training the colleagues. They came and are sitting also on some of our sessions that we did with some other methods and some evaluation. So it's really about training them. And then the last question about whether we plan to mainstream it. No, it's really, again, on a case-by-case basis. So for some evaluations, it is relevant. For others, it is not. And we have to think about it when we do the terms of reference. Thank you.
Jay?
Yes, maybe I could take the one on scaling up from our perspective. So when I was saying that initially we had this AI lab 2 years ago, so we started working on a number of distinct initiatives. There was one initiative, for example, and that also emerged out of this collection of use cases after consulting the base and the staff members. We have a number of initiatives that are currently separate, but at the same time, we decided to reserve part of our development team and resources to building a platform and not just responding to an immediate need. So we have specific needs, like we need to invoice, to process many invoices at the bank, like in many organizations. There's a lot of manual intervention. We can streamline this process, integrating, for example, machine translation to process these invoices that come in many, many languages. Okay, that's one initiative. We're also working for HR to help them analyze, helping the recruiters analyze the CVs that they receive in order to speed up the recruitment process, because we are regularly criticized as an institution for being a bit slow with respect to recruiting people. And when you receive 500 CVs, well, it takes time to analyze them. So there are definitely distinct ways of helping people. But we also realized after we produced our first in-house tool, a document assistant tool that we renamed and rebranded as Lumina right now, for those of you who are at the bank and who know a little bit about it. So with a number of functionalities like building reports, like summarizing, etc., chatting, extracting information from documents that you upload to a platform, we realized that we need a platform as well. So we reserved part of our development team, not just to responding to individual needs like the use cases that I was referring to, but also to building this platform, which may give the impression that we are slightly delaying the response to some concrete cases, but at the same time, building the platform will allow us to plug in new functionalities and to speed up the development afterwards as well. So this is also an investment, and we also need to communicate about that as well, because we need to manage expectations. So that's definitely how we try to respond to this scaling issue.
And maybe also a few words maybe on the risk and keeping the human in the loop.
Absolutely.
For instance, with HR.
Keeping the human in the loop, that's also an expression. Well, I like the word in the loop. At the same time, okay, when we are talking about Copilot, there is this notion of Copilot, but at the same time, I've been using this expression of keeping them in the cockpit as well, because I come from the translation side with a background in computational linguistics as far as I'm concerned. And definitely that's an area, for example, where depending on the risk associated with the dissemination of a particular document, you may trust or not machine translation, for example, but if you want to publish a document and disseminate it outside, you cannot take the risk of not having it revised by a professional translator who knows how to identify the natural and inevitable hallucinations that come with generative AI or neural machine translation. Unfortunately, it's a fact. It's a stochastic model. It's based on statistics, probabilities, and likelihoods. So eventually, you are going to find a lot of hallucinations. Even translating the word trillion, for example, we see it translated as the equivalent of billion or million sometimes in our documents. And imagine that if our president says in a speech that the bank needs to invest 5 trillion euros to fight climate change, to mitigate the impact of climate change, and it's eventually translated into French or German as on a besoin de quelques millions, de 3 ou 4 millions. Okay, that's not exactly what you wanted to say. And unfortunately, that's what happens with these kinds of technologies, simply, and there are plenty of good reasons, simply because the word million is a lot more frequent in a corpus that is used to train the data than the word billion. And in turn, billion is a lot more frequent than trillion, which is extremely rare. Everyone needs a million to buy an apartment in Luxembourg, but a trillion is a lot less frequent. So there are very good reasons from a mathematical, stochastic, statistical perspective, but we need to make people aware of these risks. And you need to keep someone in the loop, or I prefer to say in the cockpit as well, in order to make sure that what you disseminate at the end of the day is what you wanted to say. And you do not trust, because the stakes are way too high to be left to the machines alone.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have to close here. I want to say a few closing remarks, and I think over coffee we will have further discussions on this. Today we have explored how we amplify innovation. It's not a means in its end, it's really to use it. And thank you for this fantastic panel. I think the experiment, we have nailed it, we did it well. That was thanks to collaboration. Collaboration is also what is needed. Whether it's AFD's partnerships, which go beyond their own organization, but also internal to get the rollout. If it's the commissions with foresight and evaluation doing a beautiful tango, or if it's at the EIB. If we work across our boundaries, if we push the boundaries, but we're also respectful of the risks, we get further. Accepting brilliant failures is part of the process, as we saw, as Pauline was saying. It's part of the entrepreneurial, but respecting the conditions in which we are. And finally, impact is our goal. It's not about just doing the innovation for the innovation, because then we're an old organization, which has just got a bit more expensive to get to improvements. So thank you all for this. I think it's really just the beginning of our conversation on this. Thank you also for the engagement in the room, for the engagement online. The words collaboration, risk-taking, courage, all resonated well with what we have discussed today. As we close, I've asked to put up a picture. This is an artwork that I pass by when I walk from the station in Rotterdam to take a train to Luxembourg, or the other way around. It's hardly seen. So if you have passed Rotterdam, if you have passed this, you will probably not have seen it. It took me years because it's little bubbles in the water. But if you pay attention, the text is, no matter, try again, fail better. So let's take that as a kind of a reminder to all of us to go on this journey of how to do things better. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. Let's delve right into our next session for today. Now, as evaluators, we want, of course, to make sure that our recommendations are taken up and that they drive change within our institutions. But while evaluations generate knowledge, knowledge alone doesn't automatically trigger change. The challenge is moving from recommendations on paper to decisions and a follow-up that leads to meaningful organizational change, rather than just a tick-the-box response. So in this session, we will explore the enabling conditions for recommendations to stick. This is particularly timely for us. At the EIB, we have recently conducted an external assessment of our follow-up of recommendations process. And the EBRD, as Independent Evaluation Department, has carried out similar work. So we are very pleased for this session to welcome Thomas Delahaye from Cadran Conseil and Shireen El Wahab from the EBRD with us today. Thomas Delahaye is founding partner of Cadran Conseil, and he's a leading expert in public policy design and evaluation. He's leading the external assessment of our follow-up of recommendations, and we're delighted that he's joining us today to share some of his insights from this exercise. And Shireen El Wahab is Senior Evaluation Manager at the EBRD. In 2024, the EBRD concluded a very similar exercise, an external review on improving the follow-up to recommendations from the Independent Evaluation Department, and she will share some key takeaways with us. So thank you both for joining, and the floor is yours, Thomas.
I can speak extremely loud, but perhaps that's not a good idea for people online. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Like you said, we had this recent exercise in which we tried to think about how you make evaluation used, and especially how you make the recommendations that are made in this evaluation used. And of course, that's the kind of topic which is interesting for an independent evaluation function. But of course, that's also the kind of things which is interesting for every evaluator, right? We are doing these kind of things because we want our evaluations to be used. Otherwise, I mean, the burden that an evaluation can be, the weight that it can be, cannot be justified. And one of the things we did in that study is to try to get that broad perspective about evaluation use to start with, right? And to try to see why is it that evaluations and recommendations are not just used. I mean, from an evaluator perspective, you could say, we spend 6 months, 8 months looking at this and this and this. We're making very sensible recommendations. Why are you just not applying them, right? And it's not happening like that. And so we tend to spend a lot of time trying to think about this. So what you see on the screen is like a very gross summary of the debates that exist on evaluation use. And one of the things that perhaps we have to keep in mind is how you can have different perspectives on use. So one perspective on use is organizational. So it's having in mind that depending on where the evaluation function is in your organization, the kind of things that you can do in the evaluation is different, right? So it's not the same thing if the evaluation function is next to the board or is within the services or is completely external. The kind of things that you can do, the kind of people who will be using the evaluation are different. So in an evaluation function like the EV evaluation function, the evaluation function is next to the board, is here to ensure accountability to the board of the bank. And so, of course, it tells something about the kind of use that you can expect. Another perspective on use, which is the perspective that evaluators have most of the time, is in terms of making evaluations more useful. So it's a perspective in which we start from the single evaluation. You know, how do we make one evaluation that we do an evaluation on water, on a strategy, on this or that? You have the publications on the table here. How do you make them better? So you make them timely, you make them better written, you make sure that there is a small number of recommendations, you make sure that they're practical, operational, etc. And this again tells something about the kind of use that you can expect, because you can try to have like a small number of recommendations, but then that means that that will make these evaluations, you know, better, easier to understand, easier to follow. But then that means that perhaps the scope of your evaluation influence will be reduced. And there's a third perspective on evaluation use, is from the perspective of policy making or decision making, in which, well, you're in the bank services, and in the bank services, the evaluation is but one source of information among many others. And it's also one source of control, audits, or verification among many others. And then the question is more about what the evaluation brings that the other sources don't bring, right? What makes it so special? And in that perspective, perhaps we're not thinking so much about how a single evaluation is being used, but how people get used in a way to receive evaluation about something and integrate the fact that they have evaluations to think about their programs and their interventions, right? That's probably the shortest way of speaking about evaluation use. We have a specialist of evaluation use in the room, Peters, if you want to step in at some point. What is very important here is that because there are so many perspectives on evaluation use, many features, many attributes that explain use or not, it's not easy. It's not a straightforward things to do, right? The other thing is that evaluation functions like EV, like the independent evaluation function at EBRD, they've made a lot of progress in the last, let's say, 10 or 15 years, especially on the side of usability, of making better evaluations, more usable recommendations, which is great, but which also means that at some point we are beyond the easy solutions, right? We're beyond the magical wand, we're beyond Harry Potter. And that also means that at some point we need to start making choices about the kind of evaluations that we want to have and the kind of uses that we want to have for evaluation. So the way we wanted to present that was not so much in terms of lessons of the assessment we just did for EV, lessons of the assessment that was done for the EBRD a few years ago, but perhaps more in terms of tensions, in terms of choices that we want to make. So I'll go through 6 of these tensions for which we don't have like an easy solution, an easy way to go. And then we will discuss some of these tensions through a list of questions that will come at the next stage. The first one is trust. And trust is some kind of buzzword in the evaluation world in the last years. Perhaps you think it's normal for people to trust the evaluators, but it's not. A few years ago, there was a paper on the role of the evaluator, and the name was Evaluators, Inquisitors, Comrades, or Spies, right? So obviously this was before the collapse of the USSR, etc. So it's an old article, but you get the idea, right? An evaluator is coming in my service. He or she is a spy of the board. He or she is someone that will help me. He or she looks like he's very helpful, etc., but he's not, and is reporting everything that I do. So trust is actually extremely important. It's one of the things actually that has achieved the EV function in the bank. And it's like a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition for change, but a necessary one. You can't expect your recommendations to be like followed up, etc. I mean, willingly, if there is not some level of trust here. I think, Shirin, you had a similar view in your EBRD assessment.
Yes, indeed. Oh, sorry. Yes, indeed. And, you know, I think that just as a sort of a broad sort of statement, you know, all of these tensions, you know, that they're healthy ones to raise. And, you know, I think because evaluation sits at the crossroads of accountability and change and evidence, judgment, you know, timing, ownership, if we're at the right place at the right time, these things will surface. So it's absolutely, as you say, you know, important that we explore these to try to understand how we can work with these tensions. And certainly within the independent evaluation department, you know, these questions of influence, how to be useful and used, stand at the core of our strategy. And over the last 5-6 years, we've, you know, we've looked, as you mentioned, at our the follow-up to recommendations. We've also looked at influence in a broader sense, and we have regular perception surveys in order to understand the different patterns of how we're perceived as useful and used, and on the back of that made some changes to products and processes. So certainly this is something that's very central. But yes, you know, particularly on the question of trust, you know, I think that, you know, it is the hidden ingredient for change, and you know, it's a very helpful you know, word in itself, because it's about relationships. It's about between multiple things and sort of the balance of multiple cogs in a wheel, which is what we are. And you know, it's about a shared understanding of what we're trying to do, the roles and the boundaries, a shared respect between the different you know, players in the evaluation culture, the board and management and independent evaluation. And I think one thing I just wanted to note is that, you know, we see, you know, the evaluation policy as an anchor of this, setting up the enabling environment for us to be able to set out and clarify a common understanding of what we mean when we, you know, when we talk about our mandate, and how transparent we are, the credibility of what we do, and what we don't do, and then obviously the trick in real life is to carry this out and it plays out in how we identify evaluations, scope evaluations, carry them out to build this trust and earn this trust. But there is a boundary. Trust alone does not produce action. It creates this space for reflection, but it's the ownership that allows discussion of trade-offs and allows decisions to be made and choices to be taken. And that's really another thing that we want to sort of point out, is that we've seen influence. It goes through signaling, not enforcement, not the telling of what to do, but the signaling and the identification of areas which may be incredibly sensitive, and where we can bring evidence and bring a space for that discussion. And so absolutely, we see that evaluators must protect this trust and ensure that the ownership sits where it belongs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirin. You said you need to build and earn the trust. I think that's very important. It takes quite a long time from what we've seen, and perhaps actually it's easier to lose trust than to build trust. So it's the kind of capital that you want to be careful about. Perhaps one of the tensions also that is important is trusted for what? And for instance, it's one thing to be trusted for being fair, for giving a fair assessment of a situation, of a program, etc. It might be another thing, for instance, to be trusted for strategic purposes, for dealing with wicked problems, wicked issues we have. It might be something else to be looking at foresight, etc. So trust is something that you build, and it's also something that you might need to expand in a certain way. The second tension we wanted to emphasize here is the tension between the quality of the recommendations and the fact that they will be actually applied or actually seized by the people. And we say you can get a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. And this is the title of an article by Kevin Williams, who's been an internal evaluator for years, etc. He knows what he's talking about, right? And perhaps the things that we're seeing a lot, we've seen that in the EIB evaluations, we've seen that otherwise in other places, is that you can have very good recommendations. You can have recommendations which are very good from a technical perspective, a theoretical perspective, a problem-solving perspective. And the people in front of you, they're not interested. They're doing something else. It's not in their view of what is the most important thing to do, etc. And evaluators can be frustrated because they're actually saying, we're doing the right thing. We know that it's the right problem, but nothing happens in front of us, right? And so we're not saying again, oh, they should understand that the evaluators know what is the right thing to do, right? We're trying to say, okay, this is a tension that we need to solve, to address between very good recommendations on paper and recommendations that have a chance of being taken on board. On this, Shirin, I think you also have something to say.
Yes, indeed. I mean, that I think will resonate with all of us, in the room and online. If we can deliver the best evidence in the world, but if we deliver it at the wrong time, we won't have ownership. We won't have any action. And absolutely, there is a quality threshold that we see must be adhered to, and then thereafter, it is how the evaluation is delivered. How the questions have been shaped, how timely it has been, and in what format as well. And so flexibility, really becomes the driver of influence in that regard. One thing I was going to say is that we've seen that influence can run through recommendations and action plans, but we also see influences running through more of the process and more of a long gestating pathway, this sort of conceptual influence where we are able to, through evaluations, but also the larger discourse that we can create, how issues are understood, how issues are put on the table, and how things are framed and debated over time. And that influence is real too, but it is less traceable. Then, when we looked at some of our evaluations over the last period, we see differences in how influential they have been. And this also depends on the purpose of each evaluation as well. Not all evaluations are set out to do the same thing. We see that some of the more perceived as influential evaluations may not be, maybe more midterm or formative strategic evaluations, real-time evaluations, or syntheses evaluations that allow different things to be put on the table. And so there are very many factors in making a difference. And yeah, we're all learning as we're doing in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're also hinting at the third tension that we wanted to mention, which is that the use of recommendations usually does not start with the management response, right? Doesn't start when we are actually drafting the recommendations. It starts before. It starts with the evaluation process. I think that's something you discussed yesterday, the influence of the evaluation. So you can think of this as influence of the evaluation. You can also say that the evaluation is, in the best case scenario, you're creating a space in which you're thinking about the future, right? And not just thinking about what happened in the past. And that sometimes the recommendations that are easiest to apply are the ones which have been agreed about like 6 months ago, right? When we're like in the middle of the evaluation, and we start thinking about what we could do to address this kind of issues. This is typically something we saw with the assessment of the follow-up of recommendations process of EV, where we sometimes had people saying, oh, the action plans or the process through which the services write their own actions to answer the recommendations. The action plan is not a problem. I mean, we're in a transformation. It started a few months ago, and we're very happy about this. And we even had someone saying, oh, the evaluation function was not harsh enough. I mean, we wanted to have more pressure, more leverage with the action plan. That's one person. But okay, you see what I mean? This thing where when recommendations come too late and when we're just thinking, okay, will they apply the recommendations? Sometimes it's very hard. But when you agree about the recommendations alongside the process of evaluating, actually it's more seamless, right? It works quite easily. So 3 other ones. Let me go briefly through these ones. Something that is very connected to how we are building evaluations and how we are writing recommendations is that actually these recommendations are framing the kind of change that you can expect, right? So here is the tension, here is the challenge. You want to have very simple, practical, operational recommendations because services will have a chance to actually apply them, right? And they're easy to monitor and to follow, and you can show that the evaluation is useful. But the more narrow, the more specific your recommendations, the less they have a chance of bringing big change. And again, we're not saying you should do this or that, right? There's a lot about the context and what you can do in a specific evaluation. But that's typically the problem we have when we're seeing sometimes you want to make very big recommendations because you know that nothing is working. But if you're doing that, well, little chance that you will be heard. But the recommendations you're making are not at the right level. So how do you choose? Can you like push the boundary a little bit? If you're working with the same services again and again and again, can you start with very practical things and that could get to something which is more ambitious, etc.? That's a big tension. Fifth tension we saw, which is about what is that follow-up of recommendation time? You know, that moment between the recommendations have been issued, there's an action plan, there's people working on it, and we're monitoring and monitoring and monitoring. And we saw typically in the case of EV that this time was not a time only for verification, you know, just are you applying the recommendations? It was a window of opportunity. So especially when we're in a sector on a topic where it's hard to bring some transformation, that little time where you say, we committed to a certain number of changes, we have support from the evaluation team, or at least we can use the evaluation report to say we need to do something. We need to report to the board. So there is like some scrutiny of what is being done. So we have a chance for making a change. And the tension is, sure, but this window will eventually close, right? So there is a time where you can make changes because there is an evaluation, etc. But sometimes 2 years later, 3 years later, 4 years later, we're still monitoring the changes because, you know, we ask for these recommendations to be applied. And sometimes you need to, right? But the window of opportunity has closed. So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with the need for accountability, the need of making sure that when you say recommendations have to be applied, they are applied, and the fact that the dynamics of change in the bank, in your organization, have their own rhythm, right? And the sixth one, and last one, next week, the floor is yours, right? I stopped talking, at least a little bit. The sixth one is about the systemic issues in the organization. We make evaluations of a product, of a program, of a strategy. We're saying, oh, this kind of loans is working well, or it has some issues, but some of these issues are related to the products we're evaluating. But many of these issues, they're just like symptoms of bigger, broader, deeper systemic issues in your organization. When services don't actually monitor the results of their intervention, and they're doing that in many, many, many cases, it's not the problem of a single product. It's not the problem of a single strategy. It tells something about the culture of the organization. It tells something about the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, the monitoring infrastructure, the place for strategy thinking, strategy building in the organization, and so on, and so on, and so on. And so what can we do, right? Can we just say, okay, but these are systemic issues. I can't do anything about this. Let's focus on things that we can act on. Sure. But then you will leave the big elephant in the room and you take care of the little mouse. I don't know if that metaphor works. Or do you say, oh, we have systemic issues? You've seen that in the reports, evaluation reports in the last years. Everybody is talking about the evaluation, the systemic issues. But then what do you do? Just pointing at the systemic issues? So I think, Shirin, this is something you've talked about in at the EBRD. How do you deal with that?
Hi, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. It is something that we grapple with. It's a very real tension and a very real issue, but it's one that that is a privilege to have. And indeed, you know, it is the case that evaluation may be, when surfacing such issues, you know, be able to diagnose, you know, more than attempt to fix, and try to identify the iceberg, to raise the issues so that it can come to the right governance platform. So again, related to what you were saying earlier about sort of narrow versus deep, or specific versus more general recommendations, you know, evaluation can help, you know, surface the problem, you know, legitimize certain points of view and discussion, and sort of raise the underlying constraints without necessarily pretending to be able to resolve these things. And I think where evaluation's role can be bounded as being specific and explicit, and have ambition, but also sort of restraint in the recommendation. And we've seen in recent influential recommendation of reports where I'm thinking about the green economy and transition evaluation, for example, where topics were raised where we've asked management and board to reflect on big issues and have put that on the table, and that has allowed thinking on this to occur in multiple arena. And so the tension is not necessarily whether or not to raise them, but how to do so responsibly. And certainly we experienced that in EBRD.
Thank you very much. So, okay, enough talking from our side. I hope at least some of these tensions ring a bell, and you want to chime in. So what we did with Shireen was to try to identify like 5 big questions that we could discuss. But we won't discuss the 5. I mean, we stop in less than an hour. We don't have so much time, etc. So you'll vote which questions you want to discuss, and we'll start with the one with the biggest number of votes, and then we will try to cover at least a few others. I'm just listing the questions briefly, and then you will have the Slido QR codes on the screen to make a vote. Recommendations. Should they be more practical to foster, limited changes, or more thought-provoking to support deeper but uncertain change? The role of evaluators in the action plan, so in the follow-up of recommendations, etc. Controllers, advisors, partners, something else? You can say inquisitors or spies. Must have, could have, nice to have. When there are so many recommendations, what can evaluators do to actually prioritize action? What should be done first? How long is too long in the follow-up of the action plan? This one is very polemical. I hope you'll choose it. And systemic challenges, ignoring them, flagging them, or addressing them. These are the 5 questions that we would like you to vote on. So can we please show the, no. Here it is. Thank you. Yes, people online can vote as well. So we're seeing the votes. The systemic people always win. They're like a crowd, and not keep silent, but they vote for this topic. So systemic challenges and recommendations as 2 of the topics. Perhaps you can keep voting, and we can start discussing this. Who voted for the systemic challenges and would like to take the floor? So who voted? You can just say, I can see that people just don't want to take the floor. Yeah, I'll take the mic. So who voted for systemic challenges first? Okay, so perhaps many people online as well. Who would like to say a word about this?
Yes, thank you. My name is Jan-Willem van der Kaai. I've said I'm a private citizen, used to work in the EIB. Yeah, when I was listening to both your very interesting lecture, I was also thinking about one wording from the English language, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because I sometimes think that evaluators, we should realize that we cannot solve all the problems in the world, not even all the problems in our own institution. We can be part of the solution, but I think it's very difficult to be the solution. And we can't take the responsibility of that. I think therefore that when we talk about recommendations, that recommendations are important, but not only recommendations. And I think when we talk about trying to help to solve systemic issues, that we should, it's necessary to talk about those big issues, but that in our reports, it might be more important that we show the analysis than that we give one specific recommendations. And I think that sometimes in our reports that the analysis is more important, can be more important, not in all cases, than the recommendations. And we sometimes see the fear that we write reports in order to come to recommendations, which then would not solve anything. So I think we should also have a good look at the analysis and make that very accessible for the different public, whether it is the board or the public at large or the service around. And that because of that analysis, that it might be a kind of other input in a bigger discussion, and this discussion might then trigger a solution, and it can be farther away, and maybe it's not that clear what in the end the role of the evaluation was, but there would have been a role, and that we can be recognized for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see there's an evaluator here who really want to respond to that.
Well, I've told some people already across the 2 days, I'm not even in 100 days the evaluator. In my first life, I was raised as a dike engineer. And in that role, what we often do is also we accept residual risk. You cannot build the dikes into the heavens. There is always a residual risk that we will be flooded, at least in the Netherlands we are. So if we're talking about systemic issues, maybe some of those points are residual. You cannot solve them. And maybe we have to also identify which ones that are there. And I agree with Jan Willem that it is then important to show that analysis to see where we may be able to accept residual risk. And then I go to a conversation I had yesterday with Fabienne Corvus, she's in the back. She was talking about Florence Nightingale. And she mentioned we should do no harm with what we try to change, because sometimes changes also do harm. So you have to know the difference between when you want to solve something and you can do good with it, but also when you have to accept maybe some of the points.
Thank you. We're going from dikes to nightingales, which I think was unexpected, but is very interesting. I think perhaps one of the things that that is interesting here is that, okay, sometimes you don't need recommendations, and then we still have the questions is, we have the knowledge or we have a good analysis. How do we make this used? And that's not enough to have good data, right? Or and perhaps one of the ways to stay on what you're saying is it's not enough to bring an analysis. It's bringing an analytical framework that can be reused. And I was thinking about that hearing Ingrid before, that you can bring a way of thinking about problems that will be reused. That can be interesting. Thank you. Anyone else on this here, sir? Just in the middle there.
Yeah, so thank you, Luc Lefebvre, consultant. You started with trust as the main element leading to the success of an evaluation, and I share that. But for that reason, I also promote the idea that the main product of evaluation is, as it has been said, the conclusion, not the recommendation, because I mean, your credibility on the path from the finding up to the conclusion is much higher than from the conclusion to the recommendation. And this is why some companies, some consultancies, including yours, I mean, including EIB, try to start to prepare to stop at the stage of the conclusions, and then use another process, a participatory process with the management, with the middle management as well, to develop together the recommendation, because the necessity, the role, the importance of independence at that stage is much different than for the previous stage up to the conclusion. What do you think about that? And I mean, this is about 20 years ago. How does that evolve in terms of practice?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. That's really connected, and I see Peter sees the microphone just next to him, so I think
yeah, just to follow up on that, Peter van der Knaap, IOB and EES. We had a good practice at the Court of Audit to present the findings midway the evaluation, and then sometimes to just wait. And good policymakers don't need recommendations. To be honest, people from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they always say, I don't care about conclusions, just tell me what to do. And I never like that. I think it's not respectful of the research work. But then if you stop and you say, these are the findings, and you come back, sometimes they've taken real ownership and came up with their own recommendations. But this is how we're going to fix it. And to get back to the system level, of course you need to point out that a project, for instance, that has the aim to provide water and sanitation in certain countries, but if there's no maintenance, if there's no security or safety, you can never have sustainable results. So there's no way than to point out in these cases that you need to have all the system elements in place.
So two things before I feel like I need to respond to that. First, the first thing is credible for what, which I think is a very important thing. What we've seen in at EV, and perhaps Shirin can say a word about the BRD, is, okay, the evaluation function is credible for giving a fair assessment, which is a lot already. Again, I mean, it shouldn't be taken for granted that people trust the evaluators. We like being loved, but I mean, not so much. So credible for what? And one of the things we're seeing a lot is how we move from the conclusions to the recommendations, right? And okay, from recommendations to actions. But and the question is, are there some processes within the organization which allows for this process to happen? Because people are used to evaluations, because they actually integrate that in their own systems, or does it not exist, right? Is it, if it's not here, if you don't have like a process existing through which people will use the evaluation information and evaluation process, so do you need to push? Do you need to give a process? Do you need to at least give ideas? Typically, something that we're seeing in France a lot is using policy designers after the evaluation, and having like a short process in which all the information coming from the evaluation is used again in a process of transformation, right? And so in that case, it's split, right? We're the evaluators. We're still looking at what is happening. Sometimes we say, this is not exactly what we said, but we're not in charge anymore, because people who are more skilled than us in transformation are doing that process. So I think it tells a lot also about these, again, systemic challenges. What is the culture of using information in the bank? Strategic information, evaluative information. And if that culture is here, actually, you don't have to push too much, right? You might just need to give some process. If that culture is not here, perhaps if you're not doing anything, nothing will happen, right? Shirin, what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I've been listening and nodding away intently because we share that view. I mean, in the last period, what we've seen is that there's been demand for different types of product from IVD that come in at different points in time, and maybe differently packaged information that can be digested in different ways, and you know, a Swiss Army knife can be useful, but precise instruments are possibly more useful. And so, you know, we try to do that. So processes and products have diversified. And one of the things I wanted to say in terms of the recommendations is that not all of our evaluation reports go with recommendations, because we see that actually we can have influence and traction in some instances when we purposely don't have recommendations, where we either leave it at insights or they go to the board for information, and that discussion somehow leaves things more open to be able to then have movement. And again, it comes back to the ownership issue. So yeah, absolutely, we share the experience of many others.
Thank you. There is Mr. here.
Manny Jimenez, Asian Development Bank. I think one thing we've found in this systems issues is that the system that we are confronting is not monolithic. That we find that often, no matter how controversial a recommendation is, or that there will be some people who are totally against it, and there will be some people who actually champion it. And I think what we're finding is that identifying those people and working with them can actually lead to real change, because they're in what you would call services, what we call operations. And getting that context it has been incredibly important, including, for example, our evaluations on gender and health, in which we actually recommended a complete shift in strategy. And the health people said it's exactly what we want to do, but we can't get our senior management to come along. So I think that's just one thing to think about, that we need to, the context of what we're addressing is not monolithic.
Thank you. I think it's very close to the experience of the other banks. Can get back on that.
Thank you. Aaron Gerben, EIB Evaluations. Just 2 points. First is about the how to address the strategic issues, and I completely agree that sometimes it's not really recommendations that matter here, but the discussion that we generate. But for that, I think there is one crucial thing to be able to penetrate the decision makers' attention and its timeliness. So, in order to generate a discussion, in order to get some bandwidth within the attention span of decision makers, evaluations really have to come at the right time. Otherwise, no matter how smart our ideas and how the problems we are pointing at, they can be completely ignored. And the other point I would like to make is about recommendations and their ownership. Manny mentioned that there are like 2 types of reaction to recommendations. Either people resist to it, or there are champions to it. I think there's a third one, and it's very dangerous. Sometimes recommendations get weaponized. So I don't know if you had this experience ever, but sometimes you make a recommendation and you see the institution or some people in the institution twist it in a way that you never intended it to go, and it takes its own direction, and it's used for a certain agenda, for a certain interest, and so on. And I think this is also something where we can involve services to some extent to formulate the recommendations, but at the end of the day, our independence matters, and evaluators have to have some ownership over the recommendations in order to avoid this kind of weaponization. And also, I think another important point is to make the recommendations specific enough to allow or to prevent different interpretations that were not in the intention of the evaluator.
Thank you very much. Perhaps 2 things. One is, who are the agents of change? And I think it also resonates with what you said. Are the agents of change high-level decision makers? Are they mid-level managers? Actually, it depends. So in some cases, in many cases, in the French administration, almost all the time, the agents of change are low-level, mid-level managers They really want to make a change. They're committed. And actually, they're the one using the evaluation because actually it provides some ammunitions in their own debates, right? They know how to do something with that. And I think that's part of, the questions you should ask yourself when doing recommendations. Recommendations to whom? Are they actually recommendations to the Director General of this or that? Or are they recommendations that can be useful to some champions internally who may not be very high up in the hierarchy, but actually will be dedicated to change? So that gives, and that's the connection to the second point, that gives some kind of political connection, responsibility, to the evaluators. So do we want to advocate change or to support advocates of change? And when you're saying, okay, recommendations can be weaponized, it's true. That's the third sphere, of evaluation use, policymaking. Policymaking is coalitions fighting each other for different orientations, etc. There's someone, Eleanor Chelimsky, who was an evaluator in the US back at the time when, before. And she was doing this evaluation for the Congress, and she was saying, we must be able to produce evaluation that gives weapon to everyone, right? So it's one thing that your evaluation is weaponized in a way that is used by several people, but everybody should be able to find something, because perhaps what we want is to have a debate which is informed by evaluation, right? So it works very well when in an evaluation I did, I had the far right and the Greens using both the evaluation to disagree on something. Well, they still disagreed, but they disagreed on actual evidence, right? It's not so bad. Shireen, you want to say something? And then there's Amélie and...
Yeah, very much just to reinforce your last point, that if at the end of the day you can have a discussion that may not have been on that table beforehand, where there's evidence, that is absolutely the goal. And then just a really minor point, just looking at, where we try to stratify our recommendations where we have them into more strategic and more operational, yeah, again, the more strategic ones may be the ones that are debated and may not end up with agreement, may not end up with action, but they have been discussed, and there has been a space with evidence, and the issue has been raised, and we see the issues being raised again. So yeah, just to re-echo what you said.
I think the worst situation is not when we have champions or people who reject recommendations. It's people who absorb the recommendations. They say, "Oh yes, this is exactly what we will be doing," and they do exactly the same that before, but they use the word of your recommendations to. Okay, this should ring a bell. We've been there before. Yes.
Yes. Todor from the Independent Evaluation Department of the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank. I would like to point out the attention to some risks related to the context of the evaluation itself and the problems that it is trying to solve. For example, there is this fashion of having rapid evaluations, real-time evaluations across many of our institutions, and there is a risk of compromising independence if we give recommendations in an early stage evaluation, basically implicitly being involved in solving a problem of an ongoing operation or reform. So I think we should be very aware of this kind of risk. The other risk I'm thinking about is it is important during the draft stages of discussion to see what is the appetite for change and for following up any recommendation or the following up on the conclusions of the evaluation. And if there is an appetite, then to test what is in the toolbox of those who are going to implement it, the management or the operations, because sometimes the toolbox is empty. And what happens is that the action plan somehow is forwarded back to the evaluation function. In our case, there were a number of recommendations how to improve the self-evaluation system. And at the end, management and board came to the independent evaluation department saying, you're the only one who know about this, so it's in your hands. And this is really a bad outcome because we don't want to take responsibility for the quality of the self-evaluation. We can guide, we can advise. And in the other cases, in the toolbox, there are some tools, but they're very limited, being their AI or other solution. And this is the risk that if you have only a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. So that's really an issue.
Thank you. I think, so first on the rapid evaluations and rapid evaluation, that kind of things, perhaps one of the things we hinted at is it's interesting when in the process of the evaluation, you help the services, the operations, etc., come with their own change rather than come pushing recommendations too early. Otherwise, it's something else. It's like an expert evaluation, connoisseur evaluation, you know, where you get someone who knows very well the thing, and in 10 or 15 days, they give some advice, right? Is it an evaluation? That's something else. And the second thing is, I mean, typically the kind of systemic issues we're facing, right? And we had one of the questions, you know, was evaluators, controllers, partners, advisors. That's interesting. Should it be part of your remit as an evaluator to actually do things? Or should you only be the one pointing at issues? Well, in the assessment of the follow-up of recommendations, one of the interesting things is that we had both opinions, right? People saying they should just say what is the problem and let us do the work. And others saying, yes, okay, but they're saying there's a problem and now they're doing nothing, right? So again, context, what you want to do and that kind of things. There is Amelie, I think.
Now it goes. Thank you very much. Maybe I should stand up because no one can see me. Yeah, Amelie
Just behind
Eulenburg.
the
Yes,
concrete bar.
exactly. Sorry for that. Amelie Eulenburg, working at the DEVAL, German Independent Development Evaluation Institute. And I just wanted to share one thing with you, which touches upon what you said, Todo, but also what Peter just said. Like, how do we dare to give recommendations to policymakers, actually? I had one tenure at the EBRD for 6 years in the Independent Evaluation Department, and now I'm working exactly this time at the DEVAL, and it is really quite different, I have to say. At the EBRD, we were kind of independent, obviously, but we were part of the machinery, if you want so. So we knew very well the complex, the organization, and our recommendations were spot on. We knew exactly which screw to, you know, to move in order to bring change. And it was rather the battle then whether management agreed or not, whether they wanted to have change. Now it's completely different. We are outside the German evaluation system deliberately, right? We are our own institute. We know obviously a lot about the machinery. I should not be quoted of saying that I don't. But I have a feeling that our recommendations don't have the same grip. Because at the end, we are judging about how GIZ and KfW should do better in order to coordinate, right? So we end up at these high strategic level recommendations that Sabine quoted yesterday of saying, since 20 years, we are saying, please do better coordination, do better this and that, you know? So I was wondering whether with growing independence, you lack the detail in order to give really kind of recommendations that grip. Thank you. Be interested to have your opinion as well.
Very good. Thank you. There's Jose and then there's Adrian. And I think
Thank you very much, Jose Carvajo, independent consultant. I want to add another layer, given that we are looking systemic. In my experience, both at the EBRD and the World Bank, the quality and the strength of the authorizing environment, in this case, the board of directors, plays a crucial role. That's another elephant in the room. If management doesn't feel the pressure from their authorizing environment, they will kick the can off the long grass. And there are systems in place, as you know, that after 4 or 5 years, the recommendations, even if you haven't implemented them, disappear from the system. I think it's very important to take that into account, into the picture, because management is a very sensitive body. And if they feel the pressure from the board, they will pay much more attention to these recommendations, both in the monitoring and in the implementation. And, you know, there are different types of boards. Some of them are very hands-on, some of them stand by, and they're just traffic wardens. And I think there's a direct relationship between that and the success in the implementation.
One image we used in this assessment was you need to whack the big stick, but not use it, right?
Yes,
so we need to feel that perhaps if you're not doing the right thing,
a
you
nice
might have a
analogy.
problem, but try not using it. When we say that there's a window of opportunity and that people within the bank are using the follow-up of recommendation process as a window of opportunity, it's a lot because there is the eye of the board, and we expect that they want the problem solved, right? But again, there's a tension because if you're really the board is your unique user, then it might be difficult to find users within the services who might not want to have all their little secrets been scrutinized by EV. So again, a tension here that is very present. Adrian?
Thank you. Adrian Kostandaki, EIB Evaluation. I've been working on following up the recommendations, so ensuring the coordination of the system. I think it's important for us as evaluators, independent evaluators, to be open and highlight issues. Even if they are systemic, they need to be highlighted. And as mentioned, I think we can do that without necessarily making a recommendation on that. I think when we get to decide which recommendations we want to make, we need to be very selective. And we need to put ourselves in the shoes of the management, because this is where we're actually making the recommendations, and understanding how the recommendations are likely to be perceived. And do really understand the political economy that's involved. There was a mention that if you're too distant, it makes it really very hard to do an accurate assessment of that and understand how your recommendation is going to fall and be, reacted to. So it's really important, I feel, to be selective, to ask yourself, how are these people going to receive this? How is this falling? What's the context? What are they now discussing? And is this going against that, or is it not? And just being selective in what you're choosing to put forward as a recommendation does not necessarily mean you're less independent, because you're still able to flag the issue in your evaluation. I do think the recommendations, and I like very much what you mentioned in your study, Thomas, that window of opportunity. This is what you're, reflecting. Okay, there's a lot of issues. We've noticed them. We've highlighted them in the evaluation report. What is now realistic that we can maybe help the organization with our evaluation to work towards a certain desired change. And there, I feel it's super important to engage people, to talk to them before throwing out the recommendations and then discovering reactions. It is important to speak to management, to speak to them, to hear what they have to say, understand their constraints. Oftentimes, we don't necessarily fully realize, it may seem obvious that something can be very easily fixed. So you're just saying, okay, there's an issue, they should fix it. That's the recommendation. But if you haven't spoke to all the people and you're not aware of their constraints, you might be, making recommendations that are maybe difficult really to address. So I think all that is important, and that's the part of the process where you're shifting from an independent, assessor to some sort of a change agent, or some sort of, a person who's trying to see what can realistically be done within the circumstances.
So again, another role for evaluator, again, another set of skills that you need to develop, etc. But I think one of the interesting things with the evaluation functions is that you have people, evaluators who have been in the services, in the bank, etc., know a lot of things, know people. Some of them have been there for years, so some a person who was in EV before told me, oh, you know, the gym is extremely important when you're an evaluator, because that's where you can, you know, speak to people and say, we have this evaluation and we were thinking about, you know, washing after the effort. We thought that it was important to discuss, etc. So a lot of contacts to be made and sensing the room. There is a leaf. And Shireen, I think you wanted to say something as well. Perhaps Shireen first.
Oh, thank you so much. And I don't want to intrude on the flow so much. Just a couple of things. You know, we're talking about recommendations, kicking the can, window of opportunity, and the RLEs were mentioned. And I just wanted to mention that because when we were looking at influence, you know, we heard, you know, from board members many times the value that they found in the insights from one of the Ukraine RT that was done, and that didn't come with recommendations, but the value that was sort of cited about that was on its you know, the visibility of issues that may not have been otherwise surfaced, and also giving more confidence to the discussions going on and some framing of the trade-offs. So yes, we must be conscious of timing and how things are framed, but it certainly was in the last few years an evaluation that was useful. And then the other point I just wanted to make in terms of sort of kicking the can and what one can do about it, and then this window of opportunity, I don't know whether there's a link that can be made, but sort of I'm just thinking about, you know, reopening windows of opportunity. And one of the conversations that happens at the moment in our community is on the relationship between recommendations and risk. And one of the things that we think about within IEVD, you know, it's an ongoing conversation, is how, you know, the sort of third line of defense and you know, how risks are related to the recommendations, how to bring these up, how can it be a lever, and we, you know, we wonder about, you know, making more explicit, particularly those recommendations where actions, you know, we all know that an action implemented doesn't necessarily mean meaningful change that has, you know, alleviated the issue raised in the recommendation. So there's a potential for maybe this reopening of windows of opportunities in that regard. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, a more ongoing process in a way where we move from the single evaluation to a broader process of change. Thank you, Shireen. Elif, and then we have some questions online.
Thank you very much. And it's Elif Timur from CEB, Council of Europe Development Bank. So it's really interesting presentation and discussion. And I will, you know, make some comments and bits and pieces that were already mentioned, with which I fully agree. I wanted to quickly come back to the analogy with the horse, which I really liked. And it's true that we try to bring water to the horse, but often we can't make, you know, the horse drink. But what we realize, and I think it's probably the same with many of you, is that when we're out of the picture, the horse starts drinking. So actually we often have some satisfaction, sometimes many years afterwards. True. And that also makes us realize that we need to have some humility, even though at the beginning we're quite frustrated. And coming to the recommendations, we at the CEB, at Independent Evaluation, we like recommendations because it gives a bit of a meaning to our evaluation. So in a way, we force ourselves sometimes even to really find recommendations, because our colleagues sometimes also react to recommendations. So it makes the evaluation maybe more, you know, noticed and maybe potentially more impactful. But what we also realize is that it's very important that these recommendations are very realistic. I mean, it has to be actionable. They have to be also quite strategic. So that I agree, it's important not to be too detailed or too micro level recommendations. But I think it's very important that they're feasible, also for our credibility. And often also the follow-up process, and that's why often I prefer to call the action plan a reaction plan, because it's really a process where we discuss, and sometimes we also have to allow some flexibility. So they can come up with some new ideas that will bring change and with which we agree. So what's really important is this agreement. So we are on board because we agree on this action or reaction plan. But that's where I think the co-ownership works well in our case.
Thank you very much. I think the thing from reacting to the recommendations to actually co-creating or providing a space for transformation is interesting. And it's just not one or the other. It depends a lot on the context. Thank you very much. I think we have perhaps just a few minutes for questions which were asked online.
Yes, thank you. We have one question online, and the question is, how do you see the balance between involving file holders in the design phase and throughout the process versus maintaining the independence of the evaluation?
And we have the next 2 hours to answer this excellent question. I will do a little pirouette on this, just to say that independence is a thing that is extremely important. I mean, all the EV staff has raised this question of independence, and people in the services we've interviewed talked a lot about that. But then there was a lot of that question of what does it mean to be independent? I mean, beyond the question of functional independence, the fact that you don't have an hierarchical link, etc., what it is to actually behave independently. And this is interesting because I don't think this is so much something about procedures at some stage. It's more something about behavior, reflecting about yourself, about the kind of thing that you do. And the thing about, weaponizing the evaluation, weaponizing the recommendations is interesting for that. How can I keep independent if people start using my evaluations and that there is like one coalition within the organization using it and not the other? Well, perhaps one way of being independent is making sure that you serve evidence to all parties, for instance, which is not something that is easily put in norms or in a statute, right? But might mean different ways of doing evaluations. And the last thing perhaps on this is that, at least in this assessment of EV, EV is perceived by the services as being independent, despite spending more time discussing the evaluation question, despite having like cooperation spaces, discussions about the recommendations, etc. Perhaps things that the evaluation function would not have done 15 years ago in the name of independence, right? So independence is also how you're perceived, right? And not only a question of status. Shireen, would you like to have the last word on this before we wrap up?
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I mean, I was thinking back to the beginning of this session and how we were speaking about roles and trust, and the respect for essentially the three players in the system of evaluation. The board, management, and independent evaluation. And I think there's something there in relation to that question. And I think I'll just, for want of any better phrase, I will just use the phrase that our outgoing chief evaluator would talk about, which is, independence does not mean isolation. And we're really careful to try and live that. So I think it's incredibly important that we respect the roles that we can play and the value that we can bring to the conversation, and the integrity and the intention that everyone works with toward the same mandate. So I'll just close with that from my end. But thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. It's been incredibly insightful and enjoyable.
Thank you very much, Shireen. So I hope you like this conference on the animal world. We talked about elephants, mice, nightingales, horses. Come next time for cows and pigs and all these kind of animals. Anyway, I think the discussion was very rich. Thank you very much for participating, and I hope we can continue with some of you during lunch. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. Let's delve into our next session for the day. So this session will focus on frameworks for measuring value added, and we'll delve further into the frameworks that are being used to measure value added, to focus also on the common challenges and the issues that any value added framework in a public bank or international financial institution face. So thank you to our speakers, both here in the room, for joining us for this discussion. So I would like to invite Dr. José Carvalho to chair the session. José is a former director in the Independent Evaluation Group of the World Bank Group and an international development consultant and advisor with over 3 decades of experience in evaluation, impact assessment, and strategy. He also leads a thematic working group within the European Evaluation Society, promoting methodological rigor and learning in the evaluation of private sector development activities. So, José, thank you for accepting our invitation. The floor is yours. And also just to mention that we also have some participants online. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words, and thank you to Emmanuel and his team for inviting me to participate in this, which turns out to be quite a substantive conference, showing the convening power of the EIB. I would like to start with a little anecdote about Gabriel Garcia Marquez. I'll explain why. He is, as you know, the Nobel laureate, late Nobel laureate, who wrote 100 Years of Solitude. Whenever he was given the time slot of the last day of any conference, literary conference after lunch, he always started by saying, making a request to the audience, which was basically the following: would say, please, those of you who leave the room, do it quietly so that you don't wake up those others have fallen asleep. Anyway, very happy to be here. And the session that we are going to handle this afternoon is very much about practice. So we were talking about the theory and the principles yesterday. Now we're going to go to the back room or down the mine, if you want. We're going to get our hands dirty and discuss the trade-offs that are present in the design, in the use of the value-added frameworks that all the MDBs have, one way or another. Normally, there are 3 operating principles. We have talked a lot yesterday and up to this afternoon about impact and additionality. There is the most important one that we haven't talked yet is the sound banking. Don't forget about sound banking. Sound banking means that these institutions like the EIB, EBRD, IFC want their money back when they lend. And they also want to get a return that is concomitant with the risks that they take when they are taking, for example, equity investments. Anyway, all of that will be discussed with a series of questions. It is my pleasure as the moderator to introduce to my left here in person, Yuri Marunov, who is the senior evaluator at the European Investment Bank Evaluation Function, and he is going to present to us the evaluation, a very recent evaluation of their value-added framework, the additionality impact measurement, and that will be the anchor of our discussion. But also online, we have with us back Shireen El Wahab, who was with us in the previous session. As you know, she is Associate Director and Senior Evaluator with the Independent Evaluation Department of the EBRD. And before that, he worked at the World Bank Group and the ADB. But also joining from Washington in the early coffee hours of the day, we have the pleasure to have Islem Janice Heidenberg, who is a Senior Evaluation Officer in the Finance and Private Sector Development of IEG, the Independent Evaluation Group of the World Bank. And she's based in DC with more than 20 years of experience in the evaluation field. Without further ado, well, I will explain. The scope is going to be, first, Yuri will present the findings. Second, based on that evaluation, that we'll use it as an anchor. I will ask a series of questions on the design, on the use and potential reform of these frameworks to our other speakers, including Yuri as well. And third, or perhaps in between, we will be opening the floor for Q&A. Yuri, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jose. Now I have, yes, can you hear me? I have 3 challenges for this strategic post-lunch session. And the first of course, is to prove those who left wrong because they missed the most interesting session, to keep those who are left awake, and of course, to present the AIM evaluation. Of course, it's a technical topic, which is extremely, challenging to apprehend. And the good thing, it's practical. It's not, we are not talking about pure theory. We had a session yesterday about additionality, and of course, additionality, everyone knows instinctively what it is about. It's something that would not have happened without the EIB or without the IFI involvement. Impact, same thing. Intuitively, everyone understands what impact is about. It's the economic, social, environmental benefits that arose thanks to the project supported by the EIB. When we get into the practicals, into the details, and when it becomes about not only presenting the additionality, but proving that there is additionality with the EIB intervention, specific EIB intervention, then it becomes a challenge. Now, of course, it's not the only challenge that value-added frameworks of various IFIs meet. We listed just a few. It's not an exhaustive list. The first one is the robustness of the methodology, so coming up with something convincing. The data, comprehensiveness, reliability, accuracy, the articulation between various competing objectives, because of course, it's not only about additionality. Value-added frameworks deal with additionality, impact, some policy objectives, climate-related, fostering new interests, etc. The constraints and goals of the EIB and of other IFIs that might also condition the business of the bank. Typically, we have still to be profitable, not only additional. The question that will be tackled by my colleagues, Shireen and Islam, about the optimal design. Is there an optimal design of a value-added framework? To what extent do value-added frameworks influence the strategic direction of an IFI? Is it just about reporting, or is it also about learning, about guiding and driving the business strategy of the bank? And of course, one major question, already mentioned this, it's what is impact? Now, going to the aim about what it is, about, the major objective of the aim is, of course, to show how the EIB makes a difference in the lives of citizens. And the aim is currently used at two stages, mainly. The first one in pre-appraisal, so before the go-no-go stage, maybe implicitly for the loan officers to think about the projects and to think whether the project would qualify through the aim criteria. And then the second one, upon completion of the project, what are the results, to report on the results, and to see what is there to learn, if anything. And now, who uses the aim? The EIB services, PJ, Ops, GLO, Econ, they use it throughout the project cycle collaboratively. To present briefly the aim, now let me emphasize one specific thing. We, in conjunction with other IFIs, we made a broad overview of various value-added frameworks that were used across different IFIs. For confidentiality reasons, it didn't make it into the report, but all I can say, please trust me, is that the aim is the Rocky Balboa of the value-added frameworks across the various IFIs. We are maybe not the best, but among the best. And even taking this into account, we still face some challenges. So just to present the aim structure, the aim is organized across three pillars. So the first pillar, the policy pillar, is what is the rationale of the EIB intervention? What's the justification? And the aim takes the justification in the academic notion of market failures. So why would the EIB intervene when you have the private sector, the banking, the private banks, venture capitalists, etc.? Well, intervene whenever the market would not finance the project or finance in full. This is the concept of market failure. So this refers to typical academic concept externalities or public goods, well, innovation, etc. Beyond the market failures, there are various criteria under the pillar 1 that drive the rating up, typically. So cohesion countries or cohesion regions within the EU, and then the policy notches for projects outside the EU, typically, which gives a hint that, you know, financing being maybe more scarce outside the EU. Then you have the pillar 2. So the pillar 2 is articulated across 4 main subcategories. The first one is growth. So growth does not refer necessarily to economic growth or GDP growth. The growth here is understood as basically the net economic benefits that are created thanks to the project support. So the second one, the broader social benefit. So this might be a little bit tricky, but please stay with me. We have, when we address the broader social benefit, taking into account the economic benefits beyond the financial benefits. So the first layer is the financial internal rate of return, a technical concept which conveys the idea of the difference between financial benefits, monetizable directly, and then financial costs. This is what private sector looks at. And then there is the economic rate of return, which is the difference between economic benefits and economic costs. So the difference between the ERR and the FIRR translates the net economic benefits that are not taken into account by the market. So whenever the ERR is superior to the financial internal rate of return, it gives the legitimacy for the bank to step in and to finance the project. Why? Well, because if you can imagine the FIRR might be very low or even below 0, the private sector wouldn't finance it. So it gives full legitimacy to the EIB to step in and finance the project. And then there is the employment objective as a separate subcategory, and then there is the risks, so it might be environmental, social, or governance. And then the pillar 3 translate what the EIB brings to the project. So on the financial side, financial contribution, well, typically that's longer maturity, lower interest rates, longer grace periods, whatever. And then non-financial contributions, very importantly, non-financial contribution refers to typically technical assistance, but also advisory services after the project is launched. So that's the aim structure. I gave here the direct lending example. Of course, the aim is applied throughout all the operations of the bank, inside, outside the EU, also for the intermediated lending. And here are the findings of and the recommendations of the evaluation. I mean, the first finding, to sum it up, what I just said, is that the aim is conceptually strong, is anchored in serious academic concept of market failures. Now, we feel as the evaluation team that this academic concept does not exhaust all the desirable objectives that value-added framework shall integrate. I mean, for instance, the EU strategic autonomy, supply of raw materials, support of the value chains. This is something which is not encompassed by the market failure concept, and this is something that should be clearly stated in the value-added framework. Also, very importantly, very often, I mean, even though PGA, our projects directorate, has a quite extensive and exhaustive and comprehensive market failures library, we felt that whoever feels the aim affirms that the specific project addresses market failure, but does not prove that the project addresses market failure. So oftentimes it's very similar to a tick box exercise. So more narrative is needed. And so the recommendation 1, of course, draws directly from the finding number 1, make the aim more useful for the decision making, for learning, for communication across the board. The finding number 2 is that even though the aim currently is widely used, it serves too little for learning. There is a huge learning material over the projects completed. Well, maybe we cannot learn idiosyncratically from one or another project that we picked up, but when we look at a bundle of projects, if we see that consistently some of the projects exhibit, let's say, the CO2 emissions reduction consistently inferior to what was expected ex ante, then maybe there are some adjustments to be made in the methodology. More importantly, the aim enables the bank and the board to drive the business strategy of the bank in principle. Well, right now it is falling short of what we expected it to be. So we have 2 recommendations based on this finding. The first one, a more ambitious KPI should be put in place to nudge the portfolio towards high additionality and impact. And the second one, the project teams using the aim shall be guided to use the aim as a learning tool. And then finally, the finding 3, so not at all minor, it's related to the processes of the use of the aim. Aim processes are functioning well, but sometimes there is fragmentation, sometimes there is duplication, which call for the project teams to do basically the same work twice, fill the same forms twice, etc. And of course, the recommendation number 4 draws on this, is to improve the aim-related processes. So just to sum it up very quickly, we consider that the aim is indeed top in its class, but we consider that the aim should not only render accounts of what the bank does, of the activity of the bank, of its additionality, but also drive it. So shape it, lead it further. So to continue with the Rocky metaphor, it shouldn't be only the eye of the tiger, but the brain of the tiger. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yuri. Encourage you to read the report. It's a very solid report and robust, as you would expect. Before I continue, I would like to do something as you have done at the start, which is to acknowledge our online audience and invite them to prepare questions as we go forward. So my take when I read the report, and I'm going to just bullet pointed summarize the findings that you very clearly explained. One is that AIM is a framework that can be technically sound, top of the class, but is still not used or can be used better. Second is that the scoring that goes into it does not necessarily translate into influence, into decision-making influence. And third but not least is that fragmentation issue that you were pointing out across systems, which is likely to undermine the use of the framework, and therefore the gaps that you have identified in the evaluation is the reflection of the live reality. This is the gap between the theory and the practice, and is what this session is about. So my question to our 2 online and capable colleagues is not whether the EIB should fix this, because obviously the recommendations will try to do that. And perhaps Emmanuel will invite us 3 years down the road again to double check if this is happening. But whether you are also experiencing this type of challenges, and therefore whether these are symptoms that are also present in the value-added frameworks of your institution. So I will now proceed to ask you questions in 3 blocks. The first one is going to be on design, questions related to design. And my suggestion is that perhaps in answering the first question, Islem and Shireen, you might want to describe briefly also what are the value-added frameworks that are used both in the IFC and in the BRD, just to, for members of the audience that might not be informed. So the first question is, how does your institution operationalize this impact and additionality without it becoming box-ticking exercise? that the pipeline always, gets the green light. Maybe Islam, shall we start with you?
Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel, and I'm very sorry that I missed the rest of this, but I'm very sure it was very exciting and intriguing discussions about the impact and additionality. I just want to first give a brief description what is value-added frameworks at IFC. In IFC, we have an additionality framework, which was revised in line with the MDB's harmonized additionality framework. Basically, additionality framework in a nutshell provides what is additionality for IFC, what type of additionality that operational teams that should look for, and how they should ex ante assess it, and what type of evidence they should provide it. Basically, this is a guidance for operational teams. Where the additionality is recorded is in IFC's AIM system, which with double M. Basically, it is anticipated impact measurement and monitoring system. This is a system for both, mostly for impact, for project outcomes and market outcomes. And project and market outcomes are ex ante scored for their basically development impact. Additionality is not scored, it is just recorded in the system in parallel for monitoring purposes. So this is basically the IFC's value-added frameworks. When it comes to operationalizations, I would like to highlight, like basically first thing, for IFC, additionality is in the articles of agreement. Basically, it is not a technical add-on, it is a reason for existence. So in this context, IFC operationalizes it through the framework by requiring additionality to be specific type of additionalities articulated to give a narrative. What are the expected additionality, financial or non-financial additionality in ex ante before the project's basically operationalized, and provide the requiring evidence. One thing that IFC does, starting from the concept stage till to expose, it is monitored. And when it comes to the expose, when the project reaches maturity, the project teams provide evidence whether their additionality really realized, and IEG, independent evaluation group, for this through the self evaluation system, validates this additionality, whether additionality is really realized. While all this good, there's a reality too. Like many other MDBs and IFIs, additionality is a very much front-loaded ex-ante concept. As soon as a project is approved, the emphasis on additionality decreases, and as long as a project provides some ex-ante additionality, the project moves forward. I'll stop here.
Thanks very much, Islam. Shireen?
Thank you. And again, likewise, it's a real pleasure to be here. And I think I'm going to be absorbing as much as I'm giving, or a lot more, in fact. But just really briefly, because I'm going to be echoing my colleagues in terms of what we're seeing in EBRD as well. But just briefly on how additionality is looked at within EBRD. Again, it is a principle within our article of agreement, and one of the three, it's the way it's operationalized is again through the harmonized approach, and at the time of at the ex-ante approval stage of projects, there is a need for the operations teams to give evidence as to where the source of additionality is in terms of financial, non-financial, and then if there are escalation triggers that the management and board require more evidence for, whether that be repeat clients, etc., then there's more specific evidence that needs to be given on these transactions. There are no weights, no scores given, and there is very episodic look after. There's very little learning. So I was thinking as Yuri was speaking, and also Islam, you know, we share we see as well, you know, more narrative being needed. We see as well too little learning. We see as well, just looking back to the session that was yesterday, you know, the need for us to sort of review and absorb the sort of new challenges of understanding, you know, market failure, but in crisis context, in more dynamic context, and non-traditional objectives that we don't quite, the system doesn't quite cater for. So we absolutely sympathise with the with what is being seen. And I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see some tensions already developing, and we're going to go a step down, because if, as Islam says, additionality is front-loaded, that I equate to the financial additionality. But then as you move into sort of middle-income countries where the risks are lower, you are relying more on the non-financial additionality. That non-financial additionality cannot be front-loaded. This is normally associated with loan conditionalities, you know, ESG type, that need to be reviewed afterwards. So this opens up the next question, which is, how do you assert, you know, get confident with additionality claims without cherry-picking projects or turning away viable deals, which is this tension between additionality and the client demands. For the audience and the online as well, that slide contains the sort of, you know, the tension points emanating from the AIM evaluation and is guiding our discussion. Do you want to continue, Islam, please?
Sorry, unmuting is a little bit like two-step challenge here. So basically, I'm sure in other MDBs too, in practice, investment teams, first, they are the first screeners. If they don't believe when they see a potential project, if they don't see that there's a credible additionality of the project, they don't even move forward. But it's basically, the question that you're asking, it's a real tension. It's a day-to-day, the basically institution faces. In one hand, for our existence, we need to respond to market failures. On the other hand, there is you mentioned also at the beginning, there's a like IFC. For IFC, financial sustainability is core. It is in the DNA. So they will go with the demand and also the where profitability is. So the answer would be this a balance act, basically. There are frameworks like additionality or financial guidance, but at the end of the day, judgment plays a crucial role, important role, and these are shaped by the incentives, strategic priorities, and the pipeline pressures on the teams. But at the end of the day, in this equation, additionality plays it's like a core variable that plays a role in decision making.
Thank you. I suppose one of the tensions, or at least in my experience, having worked in the Operations Committee Secretariat of the EBRD for a number of years, is that financial sustainability that you are mentioning relates to the portfolio as a whole, while you have to take decisions project by project. So it's always an area of uncertainty as to, you know, how much you are prepared to, you know, give a little bit away on the additionality front based on the fact that you're making profits with that particular project that will then, you know, sort of cross-subsidize or mitigate the risk in other parts. Shireen?
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with everything you've just said, and I think part of the, you know, the weight being on a project by project basis means that it's very difficult to understand how these things, well, the expectation and the view that is slightly more, portfolio level. And, we see that when we're looking at, we're finishing up an evaluation that looks more at EBRD's activities in a more advanced markets. And, we see the non-financial additionality in mature markets. We see how it's about sequencing, about longevity over time, and these things are not well captured by what has been traditionally used. One of the things that we, this balancing act that we talk about, one of the things that if the narrative would allow us to understand more about the different roles that EBRD or others can play in the market, and that explain the expectation and that expectation be accepted as valid more, in terms of is it a market shaping role? Is it a necessity in terms of finances or crisis? Is it a catalytic role? And in that market, what is the trajectory of that role? Is it an increasing role? Is it a stable role? The nuance of the way in which additionality plays out is not there in the narrative, and that I think would also be helpful, especially when looking, as I say, on a project by project level where it is difficult.
Thank you very much. Yuri, do you want to come in? Do you share your reflections on this?
Yes, of course, for every IFI, not only for the EIB, the question is always, whenever we look at any specific project, whether this specific project would have been financed to the same extent, within the same time frame, the same quality by the private sector. Because, hey, around in the US, in Western Europe at least, for sure, there are private banks, venture capitalists, investment funds, whose very bread and butter and whose very rationale is to finance projects, to identify projects that are sufficiently profitable and to finance them. So we need to step in and finance projects that these actors would not have financed. And of course, to make a consistent proof using the value-added framework that we bring added value, we finance projects that are both socially valuable and would not have been financed by the private sector. So to operationalize this is challenging for all the IFIs. We use these two key concepts. First, the market failures, as I presented, which by sheer definition, the market would not step in to finance, or not without our participation for sure. And then, of course, this difference between the economic benefits, non-monetizable necessarily, and the financial benefits. So we use these two concepts in the aim to peg the EIB rationale to the economic, the economic bien fondé of our participation to the financing of projects. This is a challenge. We say in our evaluation that the narrative accompanying when the project teams tick the box of specific market failures, they need to provide a narrative. This narrative cannot be just the accumulation of standard stereotyped sentences that, well, we accompany the reduction of CO2 emissions. It has to be a full-fledged description of how this specific project contributes to the well-being of people, and why it addresses a market failure. Same thing for the economic rate of return, which is the variable which used twice actually in the growth subcategory, and then the hierarchy ERR, FIRR. It's easy to grasp the concept of economic rate of return. It is much more challenging to assign, evaluate the specific categories. How do you build it? How do you account for the costs and for the benefits which are not monetizable? It's easy. It's already quite challenging when, say, a private entrepreneur foresees the cash flows, so future benefits and future costs, directly financial. Now imagine to do it for non-monetizable variable, even more challenging. so there is some part of arbitrary, some part of assumptions. There's some that's unavoidable. There's no, I mean, addressing the question of the optimal design that that I mentioned earlier. We didn't find in this evaluation, and when we surveyed the different value-added frameworks of various IFIs, we didn't find the philosopher's stone. There's no philosopher's stone. There's no perfect solution or optimal design that would, you know, kind of we fill it in, and we are sure to provide maximum additionality and impact. But the most important is to be as closer to, you know, to the convincing proof as possible. That's my point.
Thank you very much. At this stage, I would like to pause, since these are the questions I wanted to ask to our speakers on design issues. Are there any reactions, burning questions, cooling questions from the audience? All questions are welcome. On type of design, Elif, over here, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just had a question also from yesterday when we discussed additionality about the approach of the different approach that IFIs adopt to private sector and public sector investments. And we often apply additionality indeed for private sector. But you were mentioning yesterday also in the case of the EIB that there was no such differentiation. And I wanted to know if that's something that will come up and whether it created some issues in the assessment.
I think it's addressed to you. I don't think that additionality is used for public sector transactions in the World Bank, certainly not in the EBRD, I think.
Well, we have to ensure that EIB investments are complementary with respect to the other investments by public sector. So this complementarity is necessary, because if we step in and kind of evict or crowd out other public sources of financing, then our added value is diminished. So we just step in to replace someone. We are not bringing any added value. That's the rationale of assessing the complementarity with respect to not only the additionality to the private sector, but also the complementarity with the public sector investments.
Thank you. Emmanuel and Angela later.
Maybe 2 points to mention. It's important to recognize that these frameworks are the tools used by the experts within our teams to provide solid information to the decision makers. So what's absolutely key is that these are the most rigorous and comprehensive tools by design, so that decision makers can take the decisions in the most informed manner. And a challenge that we identified with this evaluation, when you refer to the KPI, basically we have at the level of the EIB an expectation that overall the portfolio is going to reach a certain level of additionality. And the question is, what do we expect overall from the portfolio, or what do decision makers expect from the whole portfolio? Do we expect all projects to be extremely additional, to be acceptable in terms of minimum level of additionality? Or should we not expect this ex ante to give some freedom also on how far we want to go, and to be agile in different contexts? So that this we also touched upon in terms of the lack of clarity of this KPI to in fact give sufficient steering of the portfolio. KPI is meant to guide, to direct, to provide the right incentives to go one step further. And in this case, it was not providing this message. And our message was to say, maybe clarify your expectations on whether you want all of the projects to be absolutely excellent, or do you want specific dimensions of additionality to be particularly high? You know, we have these 3 pillars. Currently, we aggregate in a very abstract rating this into something that becomes an aggregation of aggregation. Maybe you want a systematic, excellent contribution to policy objective, but something that's more agile in terms of additionality versus impact. So this is to say that to insist that the aim is to provide the right tool, the most solid information for those who have to decide. But those who have to decide also have to give probably clear instruction or expectations in terms of where the portfolio should go.
It's more a confirmation statement than a particular question, right, Emmanuel? I think in my experience, to complement your intervention, the strength of these value-added frameworks, if they are capable of identifying the trade-offs between these principles. And that's where the thing gets interesting, right? Because you have sometimes, as Gabriele was saying yesterday, in the context of additionality and impact, you have projects that have impact without additionality and vice versa. And then when you enter sound banking, things get, it's a three-dimensional project. Angela?
Thank you. Thank you, Jose, and the panelists. One question is whether and how in your organization are these scores coming from the additionality framework and translated into, financial conditions? So basically pricing or risk taking or duration of a loan or an equity investments.
It's not. That's it is. I mean, financial considerations are not are made outside the aim, and the aim is completely unreliant on these financial considerations.
What about IFC or EBRD? When does this happen, or does it not happen at all? Islam?
Sorry. Yes, if I understand the question correct, whether risk financial aspects are considered in additionality, I wouldn't call in additionality, but these are the questions in parallel considered. As I mentioned, IFC is a AAA. They will not go ahead a non-bankable project. So it is not even, if not, they will not go, and additionality is not even considered. But otherwise, no.
Yeah, and similarly, I mean, in terms of the additionality side, there's the financial additionality is part of the additionality framework. There is no score associated with EBRD's additionality, so it's a binary thing, and it's a narrative backed judgment within approval, and obviously financial additionality can come in different ways, but that's the extent to which it is considered as part of the approval and the project trajectory.
Thank you. Maybe one more question, and then we close this block on design. Or perhaps if there is an online question as well. Aaron, please.
It's more two comments rather than questions. So the first one is about this balancing act. So results frameworks should represent one set of objectives of the IFIs along other objectives. And I think the challenge sometimes comes from the fact that some of these other objectives are much more easy to quantify and set. So when it comes to volumes, it's really easy to set a volume target to a lending team, whereas setting a target in terms of like impact or additionality is much more abstract, and maybe this is where we need to do some more work to bring that more tangible and easy to define. But also the other aspect is that the institutions, and I think we talked about it yesterday, needs to also provide some guidelines about the trade-offs. So, what are the trade-offs that is expected from the lending teams on a project to project basis? How much volume or profit are we willing to trade off for, I don't know, creating 300 more new employment or whatnot? And I think here there are very little guidelines in our institutions to that. The second comment is about something that Yuri was mentioning about the narratives and their importance. So part of the aim is to create to write the loan officers or the responsibles for the project need to provide an additional narrative for each project. And yesterday we talked about the role of AI quite a lot. And at some point there was a lot of pressure from our projects team to allow AI tools to be used to create these narratives. And I think well, the teams responsible for running the AIM framework resisted to this pressure, and I think rightly so. So they believe that this is really a crucial moment where the loan officer or the responsibles for the project need to think about what is the rationale, why we are doing this, and if we delegate to this or relegate this to an AI-driven exercise, then we lose one layer of the decision-making process, whether this project makes sense at all or not. So this is an area where the use of AI is probably wouldn't be a productive one.
Thank you for that reflection. Perhaps one question from the online audience to give them agency.
We received two from the same participant. I'm sorry, Yuri, both for the EIB. Why are EIB's official speeches still exclusively based on lending volume? That's the first one. And the second one, why are EIB's reports on AIM based exclusively on ex-ante data?
Well, the volume is not the only criteria. The aim exists to assess additionality and impact. So it's the case for every project. So every project, every operation shall undergo the aim assessment at appraisal. And for the ex post, I mean, we in our evaluation address, of course, the ex ante, because this is where the aim is the most used currently. We precisely recommend using it a little bit more, to draw more lessons from the aim upon completion for the bank. So that's this question is very much with in line with our finding.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We're going to go to the second block of questions to go even deeper into the mind. And this is about questions related to the use of the framework. So say you have the additionality and the impact scores. So what happened next, right? I mean, do they change decisions? Are they rationalized ex post? This is about the accountability and the learning question related to it. So two questions back to back, which are interrelated to both of you, and then I will ask Yuri to react as well. How reliable is the prediction sort of, within those scores? And does measure impact feedback into improving the scoring model? That's one question. And the other one related to this is, are these scores genuinely informing project selection, portfolio strategy, institutional learning over time? I mean, how powerful are they, or are they just, something to have? Why don't we start with Shireen this time?
Thank you. I mean, these go to the crux of the matter, don't they? I'll see if I can add something to the conversation, but I think one thing to note is that, and we've been seeing from our recent evaluations, and I think evaluation does have a role to play here. And I think part of the reason it's playing a role, particularly in EBRD, is we don't have necessarily the feedback loops, or we don't have the sort of monitoring post approval of the additionality. It comes along in the the self-evaluations to a degree, and those are being revamped again. And so we look at ex post really through the evaluation lens. And so, you know, one of the things that we see is that a lot of what we've seen in board documents, in the narrative, it's not playing out how it was originally you know, thought out, and that maybe that it's playing out in lots of other ways that are just not captured. And you know, we see a lot of the quality of you know, the innovation and the demonstration effects in the advanced markets that is not captured to the degree that would be useful for learning, but also for prioritizing in what we have currently. And so you know, it's that's what we can say. So yes, it's something, there is a disconnect there.
Thank you, Islam.
At IFC, we have a system that starts, as I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, from ex ante and ex post. Basically, the project teams need to provide the evidence for financial additionality or non-financial additionality when the project is mature. And then IEG for right now for a sample basis validates, and soon it will be 100% of projects. But what happens, how it is used, not much used by IFC, to be honest. Still, additionality is very much about accountability. In the case of IFC, strategic use and learning is not happening, and not because there is no data. It is the, I would call that, for IFC, perhaps in the minds, as long as you have some additionality, it is good enough, because the additionality is not being used as a strategic decision-making tool. And there is impact. For example, AIM, the Verdi outcomes are, I would say that are used more often, at least right now, with the AIM system for decision-making. But I would like to make a point. Our evaluation evidence finds that there is a difference between ex ante and ex post. For example, in 2022, IEG conducted an evaluation of additionality in middle-income countries. In this evaluation, we found that additionality for expected non-financial, I should put it, 65% of the expected non-financial additionality was realized. And so this is one. And we saw even bigger gaps in the IDA and fragile countries. So it is, there's a potential to learn. And in fact, IEG provided recommendations to take the additionality beyond projects, and especially middle-income countries have country and sector, perhaps additionality ex ante, like to give more strategic a role for additionality. But my one message still, although in IFC we have the systems in place, additionality unfortunately is mostly used still for accountability, as an accountability tool.
Oh dear, I warned you that we were going to go, we were going from theory to practice. Yuri, do you want to add something here?
Just one small thing. The AIM became fully operational as a tool from January 2021. There was a pilot phase in 2020, and before that there were two separate value-added frameworks for outside the EU and inside the EU. So the AIM merged the two. So we, of course, in our evaluation recommend using it more for the learning perspective. But to learn, you need to accumulate some data. You need to advance over the years. The AIM has been in operation for, well, now we are 2026, for almost 5 years now. As from now, we already can start learning something. It wasn't really feasible within the first couple of years, so understandably.
Very good. So we talked about trade-offs, and I want to complete this section, this block of questions related to use with a particular one. Perhaps you can give examples or just your feelings of how frequent this is. But when you have projects that have a lot of potential impact in them, and they conflict with risk or return, financial return requirements of the institution, how is that trade-off managed or made transparent? Do you want to start, Islam? I think you are on mute.
Sorry. I think this is a great question, and this is the real challenge for the institution where IFC has priorities to go into fragile conflict and more in IDA, which there are basically corporate targets. IFC is not a grant maker. There's this effect. However, more and more blended finance, concessional finance has been used for projects that where there is like a subsidy element perhaps is helping to make the project financially sustainable. But this is very selective, and it certainly has questions also. Institutions like IFC providing subsidy element, it needs to be calculated well. This is one area I think I find as a challenge that I don't think that there is a clear answer either.
Thank you. Shireen?
Thank you. I mean, just adding very
Maybe we lost Shireen. While we get her back, I want to give a special prize to Islam, not for having woken up so early to join us, but because he has mentioned the magic words blended finance. You see, it's the first time in almost 2 days of conference that blended finance has been mentioned. Over to you, Shireen.
Sorry. Yes, and so that is where we would expect the trade-offs to be transparent and to be discussed and so but
sorry, Shireen, I think we lost touch with you, so maybe you were already expressing your opinion. We only got the tail end of your sentence. Can you repeat your reflections on this question? Sorry about that.
Well, I mean, frankly, I wasn't going to be adding very much except to say that because the three principles are distinct and the governing principles for each project and each transaction, then in the project approval documents, that is where the trade-offs must be discussed. Any exceptional risk taken, etc. And then that is where the trade-offs need to be transparent. And I suppose there's a discussion over the transparency of those trade-off discussions. But that was just going to be my point. Thank you.
Useful. I will add a personal note of those 9 years that I was participating in the operations committee representing the office of the chief economist, always trying to argue for impact and additionality. The pattern of interventions and dynamics in the operations committee is always credit, legal, environment, and then perhaps impact or additionality in extreme cases. So you get a sense of how, the real use of this framework gets played out in the operations committee of these institutions. Yuri, do you want something to add?
Well, this question of the trade-off is not really for evaluators, perhaps not even for the services. It's up to the management of the bank at that stage. I mean, from the aim perspective, projects with large impacts would, of course, score very high, and it's typically the case of many projects outside the EU, globally, that have very large economic, social, environmental, political impact. Now, they would have to be balanced against other considerations, not only profitability, but the likelihood that the project would go, I mean, is sound enough, would be implemented properly, would not take years to be implemented, etc. So this is really, this tension will remain always, and there's no really solution on the AIM side for this.
Many thanks. Back to you, audience. Do you have any questions on the use of value-added frameworks? Anything that you want to comment or ask? Emmanuel, please.
Sorry, two comments again. The first one, I think the magical question that we are trying to answer with our evaluations, it's to expand the concept of value for money on both ends. So not money, but impact, value for impact, and in fact, not value, but capital allocation for impact, because that's what matters for the board members. They want to know where to allocate the capital so that it has the highest leverage in terms of impact, keeping to account the risk dimension. It's a very complicated exercise because each product, of course, has its own consequence on how much impact, how much capital you consume. But to be able to meet this triptych, risk, capital, impact, is in fact the magical solution to the question by the board. It's very hard to do. We've been trying to do this, for example, when we evaluated our support to SMEs, because each product has a different weight on capital allocation, on risk, and on impact. So you can think product by product on that. But I think that's ultimately where these types of frameworks would be the most useful for the board. If I decide on that, what will be the consequence of my capital allocation, on the risk framework, and on the impact? But it's very hard to do. The second one, I want to come back to the question on volumes, because we have to dissociate. We have to also, to assess what does this framework mean in terms of staff incentives. And we discussed this at the ECG, the Evaluation Preparation Group. We had a discussion in Manila with some board members of the ECG. And ultimately, what we want to achieve with these frameworks is also to provide the right incentives for staff, those who are, in fact, providing the portfolio. But are you going to shift from incentives on volumes to incentives on outcomes and impacts? Outcome is defined by something that's going to happen afterwards, on which you don't have full control. You want to achieve this, but by definition, because it's an outcome, you don't have full control. So you're going to be rewarded for something that you don't have full control on, that will happen afterwards. So volume remains by default the best incentive, provided you have all the frameworks in place to select the best projects with this system. So I think it remains the best system. It's the worst system with the exception of all the others.
Like Winston Churchill definition of democracy or something like that. No, it's very good. I mean, I guess food for thought. So you were thinking of a risk-adjusted value-added framework. Wow, that would be the next generation. Very good. Any other questions from the audience on this topic? Or maybe online? No questions online? So let's move to the last question that I want to ask our panel. And that has to do with, looking forward, the future. Given board evaluations like the one that Yuri has skillfully shared with us, tell us, and the consistent findings across the board, why do frameworks not change faster? What would it take, perhaps including a risk-adjusted component? What would it take to make them more, let's say, more responsive or more useful? You want to start, Islam?
Well, the first cost, but I would like to really highlight what Emmanuel just said. Sorry, the incentives. I'm talking about additionality here. What is the incentive? What is the demand? Right now, the mindset in our institutions is as long as you have some additionality, it is okay. However, I would like to give like some food for thought. When additionality changed, or at least in IFC, when it was revised, it was with the MDB's harmonized framework. So when MDBs come together and decide what is next, our institutions follow. I see that no institutions wants to take the leadership and by themselves go in one direction. Even for AIM, no? Like EBRD started, IFC took on EIB. So it is mostly they need to either convene together and convince that what is next, or they need to see each other from that it makes sense. So but there's a big role for the management of the MDBs to change it. And the other thing, I see the role for ours, independent evaluation groups. If we don't highlight strengths and weaknesses and potentials, I'm again talking about additionality, I don't think that there is no incentive or desire from our institutions to make big changes. We need to highlight this, and the boards needs to see the need for it. So I think more than what it takes, I think the institutions themselves, managements and independent evaluations play a role. These are my two suggestions.
Thank you very much. Very helpful, both of them, but very welcome. Shireen?
I fully agree. I was writing down some further things, but I think that those two are the main ones, you know, in terms of trying to understand to what end does it make sense to change, you know, the systems inertia in our institutions. So to change this, to what end would it make sense? And, you know, how if the convening sort of logic and understanding is paramount here. And I think this, and the only point I'll make in addition is just to say, you know, in relation to what we were speaking about earlier in an earlier session on influence and the role of evaluation, of independent evaluation, to put on the table some, you know, the tip of the iceberg, the systemic issue, even if there is no, you know, with some, you know, directions and choices and all of that, but to put that on the table and the privilege of evaluation to be able to convene those that can move things along, the senior management, the, you know, the board, the governance structure is where that tension lies, because we've discussed that, you know, these value-added frameworks touch on so many important issues within the institution, risk, you know, the mandate itself. And so I think impact. So I think that, you know, one of the role that evaluation can play is to be able to, through our evaluations and through the evidence lens, to be able to put what we see on the table, and in that way make space for those, if the time is right and if the understanding is there as to what end, and that, you know, when the ownership is there, then that can move. But I agree that the cooperation between you know, between different IFI groups is key to understand how it works and to what value do you get from it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shireen. Yuri, do you want to have a final say on this topic?
Yes, it's well, very much in line with what Thomas mentioned this morning about whether evaluation functions are advisors, partners, spies, whatever. I mean, for this AIM evaluation, we decided to be pragmatic and to put in front the recommendations that are both feasible, implementable, and really can improve upon the AIM. We purposefully did not want to, you know, call into question the whole design of the AIM, because first, there's no, you know, one best standard, and second, because the purpose was to improve, maybe incrementally, maybe marginally, but still to improve the use of the AIM. And with respect to, I mean, another guiding thought, we didn't want to add yet more complexity, yet more, you know, discussions that lead nowhere about the indicators that are not necessarily intuitive or straightforward. So the purpose is to make the AIM more usable, to enable learning, not to make it even more complex and even less intuitive for the lay person or the management of the bank.
If we have time, I want to give the floor to the audience wherever we have time. I'm going to ask you a question that will challenge that. I will leave it for later. Any questions, any commentary or reflections on reform-minded money?
Just one observation and a question. The observation is the discussion of trying to prevent AIM or other similar systems from becoming a box-ticking exercise. It reminds me of the discussion many years ago about the use of economic rates of return in public sector projects and the amount of effort we took to hire economists to do economic rates of return that met a 12% threshold for every project. And I remember young professionals being told, don't come back unless it's 14%. And sure enough, that's what they did. So I think it's interesting how this issue of trying to come up with, Emmanuel, what you said was, is this the best possible tool? I think it is, because I think even though that threshold isn't being used for an actual decision, it's getting people to think about what the value added is, and those additionalities is as important as the actual number that you come up with. The question I had to you is the premise of our institutions is that there are bankable projects out there that meet not just financial criteria, but also these additionality criteria. And what I'm hearing is that market is thinner than we think, because there are trade-offs being made. Is that the case? And if so, what can we be doing about that, especially in middle income and upper middle income countries, where there are more alternatives out there? Is it the case that we should be doing perhaps more product development to make sure that we're expanding the base instead of trying to pick and choose from the existing one? I just was curious to hear what others thought about that.
Very good. What is the current thinking on that topic at EBRD and IFC? Shireen?
No, I can't speak for EBRD as a whole, but just from what I've seen in our when we're looking at more advanced markets, as I mentioned, what we've seen is, well, we know that additionality is dynamic, and we see in crises, we see the additionality, the financial additionality in particular, obviously as critical in some instances. But we see the role of these institutions as having changed and developed over time, and part of that is in their additionality and the non-financial additionality, but also in the innovative side of things. And just as you rightly point out, Manny, in terms of the design of innovative products, and in the way in which these products work with other institutions, whether they be more policy-oriented institutions or other co-financiers, things that and the niche, the sort of practical niche in those markets. So I don't know if I can answer in absolute terms whether it's thinner. It's certainly changing and changeable, and there is, but we see. Again, when we've seen the additionality, we don't necessarily see that the framework is able to capture that in the fullest terms that you'd be able to then see that trajectory as well. So,
thank you so much. Islam, something to add?
Yes, I'd like to. I'd like to answer in two different country categories. For middle income, upper middle income countries, as you mentioned, Mani, there are alternatives. And in these countries, what we see that our institutions are trying to be innovative, are finding not financial additionality, but being unique in other terms by providing something like capacity building, technical assistance, or bringing a different knowledge or technology to these countries. And it is getting harder to provide it. And as you said, this is naturally bringing new products or the first in the country. For example, when I look at the upper middle income countries, how the board documents justify why IFC is supporting a project first in the country, like the most innovative, like, so they are trying to make a case, not usual financial additional longer term, or the interest, like which is the usual financial additionality arguments that they make. When it comes to IDA or fragile countries, low income countries, the issue of additionality is looking project level. The World Bank group, including IFC, in these countries is having a more and more market level approach, or like a system level approach, which, given that there are no bankable projects, the additionality, the real value comes from the upstream or a strategic approach that brings the value of the institution. But our current framework is project by project, so it is very hard to see the real value of the institutions. So I just want to give this as a challenge, which is we face more and more. So
That's very helpful. That's another manifestation of the tension points that we have been describing this afternoon. In a way, money, for me, just as a reflection, is a good thing that, the market is getting thinner and thinner. It means that, in theory, our institutions, the institutions that we love, that we have dedicated many years, ought to be going into oblivion, right? That means that, countries have developed, markets have become mature, and all the rest. Jan Willem, who as a private citizen is saying no. He's nodding, just for the audience. He wants to rebut me now.
Sorry, I have some doubts whether the market is becoming thinner and thinner, because I think the EIB operating in the most advanced financial markets is EIB, and has a huge balance sheet. So does that mean that the EIB is doing all kinds of things which it should not do, or is just useless? Or is there indeed still niches in very advanced markets for an EIB like the EIB? So I don't think it is so thin. And I don't know whether it's true what I'm saying now, but it might be that all this attention for additionality, which you have seen in this bank, also has triggered with services the efforts to develop more different financial instruments in order to become more competitive. But maybe that's just something I'm now making out by myself. So I'm not sure
This
about
is
it.
definitely the case, and you can see that in the interlinks between mobilizing more private capital and using sophisticated blended finance structures. That's why I was so surprised that we spent almost 2 days without the naming blended finance. I want to give a final chance to our online audience. Are there any questions? No? Oh, are there? Okay, so what is it to be left? Two things. One is well, just one thing overall, which is to thank all of you, the audience here in the room and the online audience that have been following us. To thank Yuri for a great presentation of the evaluation, and last but not least, our speakers from Washington and London. Thank you so much, Islem and Shireen. And that's it. Session over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose, Islem, Shireen, and Yuri for this interesting session. And so now we will go to the final session of the day, which will be on communication and how we can use communication to maximize the impact of our evaluations. And very much in the spirit of the theme of the conference, Stronger Together to Drive Impact, we thought for this session that we could invite communication specialists to come and share some of their experience with us. and more specifically to help us address two key and recurring challenges that we face as evaluators when we communicate our findings. So to chair the session, I'm pleased to welcome our colleague Tanya Rajadal. Tanya is an evaluation lead in the EIB Group's evaluation division, and she provides strategic and technical leadership to evaluation teams. She was previously our head of unit for communication and knowledge management. So Tanya, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. Okay, so last session of the day. So welcome everyone to this session on maximizing evaluation impact through communication. So who better than communication experts to keep the energy up for this last session? So no pressure. Let's keep this rolling. So we've been having a really interesting discussions over these past few days, and I think one message that has emerged quite clearly is that strong evidence on its own is just not enough to drive change. So we had a really good discussion this morning on the follow-up of recommendations. Yesterday, we also had some really interesting discussions on the influence of evaluation and how to ensure uptake of our evaluation findings. So we addressed how evaluations may or may not influence decision-making, the role of organizational incentives and learning cultures, and also what it takes to move from insights to action. So this session picks up on those threads with a specific focus on communication. So this very specific lever, and we will explore two recurring challenges that we face as evaluation functions. The first one relates to how to ensure real uptake of the findings that we put out there, to ensure that our evaluations aren't just published, but that they're actually discussed, that they're actually made sense of, and that they're actually used. And then the second part of this session, we'll discuss how we can tailor evaluation communication to different audiences without losing nuance, because this is something that we often find a bit frustrating. So without losing the nuance and the complexity of the types of findings that we're putting out there, and also without creating information overload. So this will be a very practical discussion. The aim is really for you to leave this session with some clear tips that you can use in your everyday life when you go back to your offices on Monday. So we'll be discussing formats, outreach choices, and ways of engaging with our audiences. So as with other sessions today, please don't hesitate, especially for our online audiences, please don't hesitate to use Slido. You can put in your questions at any time throughout the conference, and my colleagues will be monitoring that and then sharing with us. And so now I'll turn to the panelists. So I'm delighted to be joined today by three panelists. I hope Wendy is also online. So joining us online, we have Alexander Vocha, who's a senior evaluation communication and knowledge management officer at IFAD, where he's been doing some really great work over the past years in upping IFAD's game in terms of the evaluation officer's game in terms of communication. So I'm looking forward to hearing your lessons you've learned along the way, Alexander. And we also have a fantastic duo, one online and one in the room today. So Wendy from the Wendy and Olga Communications firm. So Wendy, who is online, is the Chief Strategic and Communications Officer there. And Olga Nazarko is the Chief Creative Officer at Wendy and Olga Communications. So welcome. Now let's kick off this first round, this first part of the discussion on how we can move from communicating evaluation findings to actually ensuring uptake. We like to start first with a question to our audience. So if we can put the Slido up, thank you. So one question we have for you is, when one of your evaluations has strong findings but low uptake, what do you usually see as being the element that that's missing there? So if you could think about this and put in, you know, 1 or 2 words and really think about this in terms of communication, it would be really helpful. If we can just see some of the thoughts that you have there. So here's the Slido. So again, the idea is when you have an evaluation that has strong findings, but where you found that uptake was pretty low, what did you think or identify as being missing in your communication? So 1 or 2 words, please. So it doesn't resonate with users, ownership, accessibility. Okay. Now I'm having an eyesight problem. Is your eyesight better than mine? Okay, accessibility clearly is coming out strong. Long reports I'm seeing, simplicity. Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I see connection, outreach, simplicity, good ones, engagement. Yeah, we are definitely in the right room, on the right track. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks everyone. You can continue putting your thoughts in there, but yeah, we've seen some clear patterns emerge. It's too theoretical, so yeah. So I will, with this in mind, Alexander, I'll move to you, and maybe you can tell us how you've approached this challenge of evaluation uptake at the EFAD.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Really, just following the slide you just saw, I'd also like to ask you a question. I'd like you to think about when someone gives you advice, when are you most likely to listen? Now, for me personally, I'm most likely to listen if I trust the good intentions of the person who's giving me the advice, if I feel that the person actually has my personal best interests at heart, and if I feel that the person speaks directly to what I need. Now, unfortunately, in the world of evaluations, evaluants usually tend to look at evaluators as and not trusting at all their good intentions, thinking that they don't have their best interests at heart, and that they often don't even speak directly to address their needs. And so, as a result, they're not very likely to listen to the recommendations and act upon them. Now, this obviously, the change matters. It's not that requires much more than just message tailoring and product targeting. It requires a mindset shift. And we recognized that at IOE a couple of years ago, and we realized that we can't enforce a mindset shift upon stakeholders. But what we can do is we can trigger that change by being the change that we wanted to see. And for us, that meant adopting a neuroscience-based approach to our evaluation communication approach. To do that, we partnered with a world-renowned neuroscientist called Dr. Pillai, and together with Dr. Pillai, we developed a series of products and activities. We launched a coffee talk series. We had global events which were broadcasted and streamed worldwide. We produced specific products like the evaluation pills, like an annex to our evaluation manual, which specifically speaks to evaluation communication by mainstreaming neuroscience-based principles into our comms. We translated that into an online training course. We've had in-person trainings, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of things that we've done to try and trigger this mindset change. Now, before we see and we look at and we talk about the results that we've achieved, I think it's important to actually dive a little bit into the substance and what is it that we're actually talking about when we talk about, using neuroscience-based principles and adapting them to the world of evaluation. Now, obviously, the substance is quite dense and we can't unpack it in 2 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just highlight three key lessons that hopefully will resonate with you. And the first is that as evaluators, we want, or you want, to avoid the fight or flight syndrome in the evaluand. What does this mean? If when you're talking to the evaluand is thinking about how to fight you, in other words, how to counteract your recommendations as opposed to actually endorsing them, or the evaluand is thinking about flying away, in other words, how to get himself or herself out of this sticky situation, well, then in both cases, the evaluand is probably not thinking about how to best adopt that recommendation. Okay. Now, how do we avoid the fight or flight syndrome? Well, first of all, we have to create a space for compassion, delivery, or evaluation findings. And second, we need to ensure that people actually look forward to the evaluation. Now, I know this might sound absurd. How are people going to look forward to an evaluation? Well, they will and they would if they understood that evaluation is actually in their best interest. And in many cases, that can be the case. So say, for instance, you have a project officer, you're working in a remote location, and you're constrained by a number of issues that senior management doesn't seem to listen to. Well, an evaluation might afford you just that opportunity to put on the table to raise those constraints and hopefully, get those challenges addressed in, let's say, phase 2 of that project. So in many cases, an evaluator can be sort of the mouthpiece, in a sense, for challenges that an organization can and should address. So it is an opportunity if people see it as such. And it's our responsibility to help them understand that. Second, avoid people questioning your credibility. Now, again, neuroscience tells us that people trust outcomes to the extent that they feel part of the process. So make sure that people are part of that process and they will trust, and they're much more likely to trust the outcome. And third, avoid stress. Now, again, science tells us that stress, when people are stressed, that increases their cortisol levels, which triggers a need for safety, which results in a need for routine. Now, if you're stressed, ultimately you're going to look for routine, and routine contradicts the need for change, for innovation, which is implicit in adopting recommendations. Okay. So with that said, in the last couple of seconds, so what are the results that this approach has afforded us in IOE? Internally, 93% of our staff have found the resources that we've produced relevant, useful, and are using them in the daily work. And externally, we've seen visible change qualitatively in the events and workshops that we organize and host, in terms of the statements delivered by EFAD staff and member states, and also a change during, this is really important, during and throughout the evaluative process, with more positive disposition of evaluants towards the evaluators. So it has been a success. It continues to be a success, but it's not a one-off effort. It's not sort of a silver bullet. It's something that we work on all the time on an ongoing basis. So that's a very important message to take away. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. So a lot of elements there. Just picking up on your last point, that it's not a one-off effort. It's clearly that we don't achieve uptake accidentally. It really has to be intentional, purposeful actions that we take over the long run that ensures that. And I also hear what you're saying, that it's not, it doesn't only depend on what we're saying, but in the how we engage with our stakeholders, so they can actually, they'll be actually willing to act on our evaluation findings. And this element of trust, I think we've discussed in several other sessions, and you've given us some clear tips on how we can how we can build that trust with our stakeholders. So, thank you. So I was just wondering, Wendy, I'll turn to you now, how this all resonates with your experience and how you go about designing communication strategies and campaigns that actually aim to drive change.
Thank you, Tanya. First, I just want to point out what may not get emphasized enough, that you all are probably the most evidence-rich, least heard people in your organizations. You do some of the most rigorous, important work in your institutions, and so much of it doesn't travel as far as it should. That gap between the quality of what you produce and the impact it actually has is not a failure of those evaluations, it's a failure of the handoff. And that handoff is exactly what Olga and I work on. Now, we're not evaluation communicators. We do change communications and behavior changing campaigns, which is different, but there's a lot of similarities, and one of which is in delivering sometimes challenging or difficult information. So now Alexandra just described something really powerful about breaking down the wall between evaluators and the people and teams they evaluate. So building trust, creating safety, changing the conditions for learning, that resonates with us completely. Because we face a very similar wall on the communication side, except ours sits a little further down the line. And we saw some of those challenges listed in that word diagram that everyone just put into Slido. Our wall is the gap between the finding that exists, that's been written, validated, and published, and presenting a finding that actually moves someone to do something differently. And in our experience, that wall almost always comes down to the same mistake. When we first sit down with a new client, whether it's at the World Bank, IFC, or another organization, the belief that we almost always have to gently undo is this: that a good report, well distributed, is communication. It isn't. It's knowledge and it's a starting point, but it's not how you effectively communicate. And I think the people responding in that Slido poll kind of realized that. So here's the reframe that changes everything for our clients. The goal was never to just disseminate the report. The goal is to disseminate the findings. Those sound like the same thing, but they are completely different challenges and pieces of information. There's actually a cognitive bias called the IKEA effect, the well-documented tendency to place disproportionately high value on the things that we helped build. And evaluators are not immune to this. You've spent months, sometimes years, producing your evaluations, and it feels rather self-evident to you. But to the person on the receiving end who has 17 other priorities and 100 unread emails, it doesn't always land the same way. Not because they don't care, but because nobody has built the bridge between what you know and what they need to feel in order to act. So the first thing we do is to shift the question, not how do we get this report out, but what are the 2 or 3 findings that will actually move the needle, and who needs to feel them first? Which brings me to the second thing we've learned, and this one took us a while. You don't need to reach everyone. You need to reach the right few first. In every audience, there's a small group, maybe 5 to 10%, and we do change communications, and in the change management process, they're called early adopters. And these are the people who are already primed to act. They're curious, they're connected, they're engaged. They're the ones who will share something if it resonates. If you invest in reaching them first, really reaching them with the right message in the right format, they'll do the rest. They will help carry it. Because change doesn't spread from the center outward, it spreads from the edges inward. So, know your findings, find your 5%, and build from there.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Yeah, I find that point about really focusing on some like the 2-3 key findings, and more importantly, those early adopters, that 5-10%, very interesting indeed. Now, of course, the question is, once we've identified these 5 to 10%, how do we actually connect with them, building on trust, that element that we were discussing earlier, to make sure the message actually lands and that they can take action. So Olga, I'll turn to you. And so can you tell us a bit about how we can build rapport and trust with the diverse audiences that maybe we don't necessarily engage with every day? And do you have any tips for us?
Exactly. Thank you so much, Tanya. So let me start with something that may seem completely unrelated, but it is. It's the maps. World map especially. So I don't know if the majority of you, it's European Bank, were you born in Europe? Were I born in Europe? Okay. So if you were, you probably are used to seeing one type of the world map. Which one? Europe is near center. But if suddenly you were teleported to Asia and you stepped into a classroom in Asia, you would probably see a different map. Some countries print the map where Asia would be in the center. And as a European, you would suddenly feel disoriented, what, sent to periphery. So it would take a second, to orient. But it's normal. The only difference between the two maps, they are both correct. The only difference is that they are built from a different center of gravity. And you know, the interesting thing, the exact same thing happens when they send the same evaluation communication to the whole audience. What will happen? What will happen is that some people in your audience will start to feel like, it's not for me. I don't belong there. You know, I'm on the edge, and we don't want that. You know why it happens? Because we human beings are interesting creatures. We don't orient ourselves by job titles and seniority levels. Those are the labels. We all have them. What we orient ourselves is much deeper and much more subtle. It's the identity. And the identity may come from different things. It can be the community that we are part of. It can be, I don't know, like a project or some problem that we are trying to solve right now. And if the communication that we send to people doesn't reflect it to them, they will feel like they are footnote. And footnotes rarely drive any change. So that is why Wendy and I, each time we sit with a new client and start a new project, the first question we ask ourselves, we used to ask a different question. We used to ask, who is our audience? The typical communication people, you know? We don't ask this anymore. The new question that we ask ourselves is, who does our audience think they are? That is a completely different question. And I know it may seem easy to understand intellectually, like, yeah, I get it. But how to put it in practice, in real life, in the big international organization with everything going on, with risk-averse people and conservative people. So let me give you a real example from our work, years of working with the World Bank Group. So picture this, Washington, D.C., spring. We are both, Wendy and I, working on the project. It's a major HR systems overhaul. What happened is actually, so everything connected to payroll, benefits, something like this, moved to the self-service. And people, the staff, need to learn this complex new system very fast. They need this information. And yet the resistance is huge. People don't love it at all. They feel like something is being taken from them. They criticize the management. The management comes in and says, mandatory training for everyone. And tell me, how does it make you feel, those two words, mandatory training? Are you excited? Okay, exactly. That's how our audience, our staff felt too. And it was palpable, like we felt it. I mean, the comments, the negative comments were like piling up. The spiral was really going up. And we had to, so we're sitting there and we know we need to break the cycle, because if it spirals, it's not good. We are not going to get through these people. So we're sitting in the office, drinking coffee, eating gummy bears, and thinking what to do in this situation. And you know what? We've been looking what is going on in the outside world, outside the organization at that time. Crazy idea. The hipster movement was on the rise. It was quite a few years ago. And if you remember, the hipster movement was like the mustaches were appearing everywhere. And it was really trendy in Washington, D.C., especially at the time. So, and we're like, no, this is crazy. Like, come on, like World Bank mustache, what? Like, you know? And then, okay, we started developing it. And what if we would really surf on that wave? And what if we would use the mustache to bring some playfulness, some levity to this campaign? Okay, we pitched it to the management, and to our big surprise, they accepted it. They said, run with it. I think they were really desperate, you know? So picture this. We start this campaign by publishing these big blank posters, nothing on them. White poster, just mustache, and it was saying, come and play, nothing else. It was the teaser. Then we built the rest of the campaign. So we put mustaches like on different materials, on props. We were so committed. We were female-only team. I don't know why we were only a bunch of females. And we were so committed, we started wearing mustache ourselves, going to the town halls and to the internal events, just to bring the attention to the program. Before we could get any content, you know, to those people, we need to break to that cycle of negativity and get to them and get their attention. And that's what we were doing. And you know what happened next? It was pretty unexpected, because we took huge risk. We were not sure that it was going to work. Actually, we were pretty sure it wasn't going to work. Huge risk, conservative organization, very risk averse. But this miracle happened. people started showing up at our trainings, some of them wearing their own fake mustaches, taking selfies of them and posting them on the internet, talking to their colleagues, bringing more people to the training. It was mind-blowing to us. Everything changed, not because the content changed, but because how it felt had changed. See? And that's what we had learned from years and years of experience and seeing it playing out every time, is that really the facts inform, but the emotion carries your message. The emotion creates motion. And you can use emotion too to carry your findings and your evidence to the exact people who need to hear them.
Thank you, Olga. So I think we'll need to discuss props in EV next week. Okay, Birgitte's on it. Okay, so emotion creates motion. That's a nice message. A lot of out-of-the-box thinking from you ladies there. And also, I like this idea of bringing playfulness into the mix. I'm not sure we can always do that, but something to think about. But it goes back to this idea of it's about how we engage with people, speaking to emotions to people as they are, as whole human beings. I think it's a really very interesting example. So with this, I'm going to move on to the second part of our conversation that is related to this, but it's about one frustration that we have sometimes as evaluators when we've worked for months on end on an evaluation that is complex, is coming with findings that need to be nuanced, that need to be communicated in a certain way to our audiences. We sometimes find it difficult when we're talking to our communication experts. We find it frustrating to have to simplify the message, and we're always concerned that somehow something might be lost along the way. So let's discuss how to preserve the nuance while still making the message land. Maybe before we start the second part of the conversation, we can just have a quick poll with our audience. We have a question for you. What do you find hardest when tailoring evaluation messages to different audiences? So we have a few options up there, and I think you can select more than one, or you can play around and see if it works. I think it would be interesting for us to get a sense of what kind of challenges you face on a daily basis. Right. I was wondering if we would see patterns emerge, or in fact, if everyone was going to tick most of the boxes. So let's see.
Formulating clear and simple messages.
Yeah, so formulating clear and simple messages while preserving nuance is indeed a challenge. Information overload as well, yes. So I think quite a lot of these are pain points that are, yeah, that we're sort of juggling with all of them at the same time. Maybe I'll turn to you, Wendy, to follow on this poll. So sorry, it won't be an easy task for you. But with this in mind, and the multiple challenges that you see we face as evaluators when we're trying to convey our messages, can you tell us a bit, about how you will go about tailoring messages and communication channels to different audiences, and how do you make this work in practice without actually creating this information overload, but still managing to convey messages with the nuance that we're trying to get there?
Yes, absolutely. So we've talked about getting findings to the right people. Now we're going to talk about what happens when you get there, right? And why even the best targeted communications can still fall flat. The answer almost always comes down to one thing: packaging. That's a term that we use regularly, and it's what we always start with. What are all the products that we're going to need? What's the messaging? How do we wrap this report and make it presentable, make it digestible, make it absorbable, make it actionable? Most organizations, when they think about tailoring communication, they think about tone. Maybe they write a shorter summary for leadership or a more technical version for subject matter experts, and that's a good start, but it's not enough. because the deeper problem isn't how you write it, it's what you choose to say and how much. So here's something we use with every client. All communication has a hierarchy. There's primary information, secondary, and tertiary. And the hardest conversation we have every single time with our clients is this one. Not everything can be primary information. The human brain cannot hold 47 equally important new findings. It wasn't built for that. So we sit with the clients and we help them choose what are the 3, maybe 5 findings that will actually move the needle. And those are the ones you focus on the most. Everything else is extra content. Everything else supports those 3 to 5 findings, not because the rest doesn't matter, but because if you try to lead with everything, you will land with nothing. So we just have to sometimes meet them where they're at. And then once you know what you're saying, you have to decide what vehicle to put it in. And so you can think about how you got to work today or this week or in general. You might take a bike, the metro, drive a car, and maybe alternative measures. So you choose the transport that fits the journey to your destination, from where you are at to where you want to go. So nobody takes a rocket ship to the office, not because rocket ships aren't impressive, but because of the wrong vehicle for that moment, for that purpose. They're overkill. It's overload. So a 50-page evaluation report is kind of like a rocket ship. It can reach its destination, but it doesn't keep moving on its own. And in evaluation, you've often already solved the distribution problem. The report goes to the right people. But here's the question we always ask next. What happens when it lands? Does it actually land? Does it get read? Does it inspire? Does it travel further than the inbox or your meeting? Is it acted on? These are all the things you want from it. So what you usually have to do is you have to build a fleet, or what we call a collection of communications material and visual products that will help support the absorption of this information, this important information, but it's a lot of information, and also help inspire action. So you may have a short video that teases the findings and makes someone curious, engaged, and encouraged, or a visual one-pager that gives them just enough to want more. This is all part of the packaging. You might even have, a short presentation that can be quickly dropped into a meeting before you even get on someone's calendar. And then only when someone's curiosity is genuinely activated, you can hand them or walk them through the full report. So the fleet isn't about replacing the report, it's about giving your findings legs so they don't stop moving the moment they arrive.
Okay, so you sort of flip. Thank you, Wendy. You're flipping the logic a bit. I think for us, we tend to start with the report, whereas you're telling us to ease people in towards the report. So, right, yeah. So it's more about content hierarchy and resisting the temptation to treat everything as equally important. So something I think we're going to have to work on, and it's. Yes, it's more about targeted communication than broadcasting. I'm hearing. So I'll turn to you, Olga, to maybe build on this, and because one element that we discussed when we were preparing for this session was also the importance of narrative clarity. Can you tell us a bit more about this and how you help your clients reach that level of narrative clarity?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Tanya. So I want to talk about clarity, but not in the same way how it's usually discussed. Because, in my personal experience, clarity is never a writing problem. Clarity is usually the empathy problem. And I can show it to you with an example that Wendy and I were not super proud of, but listen, I'm going to share anyway, because failures are great teaching stories. So it stays in this room, okay? So once Wendy and I, we worked on a brand identity project together. And what happened is that 2 teams were merging together, big merger, private sector team and public sector team coming together. And we were asked to create this new brand identity, the narrative, the messaging, the visual identity, everything. We got excited, of course. We always approach, our client work with excitement. And so we created the identity that was forward-looking, that was screaming new start, you know, that was fresh and vibrant. And then someone, a colleague from the opposite side of the merger, presented an alternative, his option of how he saw the future of this team. And when we saw it, we almost made a double take because it was very corporate. I don't want to say dry, but corporate, you know, and it wasn't much new. It was essentially the existing corporate logo with small addition to it, and really no thrills, nothing new. And then people had to vote. Staff voted between the two, to choose between the two options. And you know what? They chose the corporate one. We were surprised. But then we thought about it and we understood. What happened actually, the merger was happening during the deep insecurity in the organization. Teams were merging, people were anxious, they didn't know, you know, if their jobs were safe or not, how to handle it, what this new team would bring to them. And so they didn't want any fresh start. They didn't want it. They wanted something to hold on, something that wouldn't change, you know, when everything else was uncertain. So in hindsight, when we were looking at it, we said, we understood that actually we imagined that we created it for the future that they should want, but we didn't have the clarity on the emotional state, emotional reality that they were living in at that moment. And that was a lesson that stayed with us. Essentially, we had the wrong map. So, you know, but when you understand this logic, you can flip it to, and you can use it to your advantage. Another case we worked on was the cybersecurity campaign, which awareness for the cybersecurity, which, you know, also a topic that some people think, oh, it's too boring, it's dry, not my problem, right? So that was the attitude. And so we made people into cyber heroes. Why? Because when we came to the project, we realized the organization was trying to convince people that cybersecurity was important with, you know, a lot of narrative, a lot of data, a lot of case studies. And, you know, it was doing more of the same. So when we came in, we decided, okay, we need to flip the narrative and we need to bring more emotional clarity to it. People were tired of listening the same message over and over again of how scary it is. So we gave them an identity to step into, this cyber hero identity. And you know what? It was mind-blowing because people ran with it. People stepped into it. So once they completed the full training, they became the cyber heroes, and the full departments were posing together with like whole deal with the capes and masks. They really pushed the envelope, and it was really a success. And you know, when I was looking at those two situations and thinking about you guys, the evaluation professionals, yesterday night when I was preparing for this session, I was asking myself, I was thinking, like, why did you get into this job? You probably didn't get into this job because you love writing reports, right? You got into this job because deep down in your core, you believe that good evidence, better evidence leads to better decisions, and better decisions lead to changing people's lives. And you know what? You can use the communication to really make sure communication can be really like your last mile that makes sure it's not separate from your mission. It's really the last mile that will make sure that your findings and your evidence travels from the page to the person and to the actual decision that changes someone's life.
Thank you, Olga. So again, with the props, I think we're going to have to think about this quite seriously. We're moving on to capes now. But yes, so going back to this idea also of emotion and creating a safe space in which we can actually get people to open up to what we have to say, which will allow us to convey our messages and also the nuance that is needed. I think you're also going back to this notion of people's identity, which we also discussed earlier in this conversation. And this point about emotions also resonates well with the work you've been doing, Alexander, at EFAD, right? Creating this safe space to help build trust. So maybe going back to you, of course, well, when this challenge of us trying to articulate nuanced findings that are grounded in evidence, while at the same time making sure that our messages land. So how have you been navigating this tension at EFAD? And you know, are there any practical approaches and lessons that you've learned along the way that you could share with us?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, it is a challenge, right? On the one hand, you need to balance, this need for clear and simple messages, because that's what comms is all about. But you've also got to preserve the nuance of the evaluation reports, because let's face it, they're never black and white. There's all these sort of shades of grey. So how do we capture these shades of grey? Now, to do that in IUE, we developed a tool. It's a very practical tool, which I'm going to share with you. It offers sort of a out-of-the-box solution. So hopefully something that you can all take home with you. The basic premise is that this tool allows us to improve product targeting, message tailoring, and return on investment of our comms activities. Now, the thing we need to understand from the outset is that what we're trying to achieve here, when we talk about tailoring and targeting, is not to make our messages more appealing to audience just so that they sort of listen to us and consume the messages, because that's a slippery slope to go down. You end up watering down the messages to become more appealing. We don't do clickbait. What it's about is it's about making the messages more understandable. So feeding the right messages to the right people with the right languaging. So make them understandable, not necessarily more appealing. That's not how you sort of win over people. Now, with that said, how is this tool constructed? Now, I want you just to close your eyes for a second and try and visualize a 3D cube, right? So it has 4 faces, excluding the top and the bottom. And on each of these 4 faces, we're going to map out a piece of what we call the communications puzzle. Now, on the first face of the 4 faces of the cube, we will map out our stakeholders, right? So from management, governments, general public, beneficiaries, and we can map them based on 2 axes. On the one hand, we have varying levels of interest. Are they interested in IUE's work a lot, or are they have very low levels of interest? And levels of influence on their ability to implement IUE's recommendations. High interest, low interest, high influence, low influence. Similarly, second face of the report, of the cube, sorry, we have evaluation reports. And these we can map out based on their type of focus. So are they very narrowly focused, let's say on a project, or broad focus, corporate, thematic focus? And their location. Is it one particular country, or is it the whole world? Then we have different type of communication products, which we can map depending on their level of investment that they take to produce and on their shelf life. And then finally, on the 4th face of the cube, we have our different communication channels, so which we can map depending on if they require high or low levels of filtering and technicality. Now, if we go back and we look at each of the 4 faces, we could actually divide each face into 4 quadrants. So let's say, for instance, stakeholders, right? So on the top right-hand side, on the top right-hand quadrant, we would have stakeholders that have a high level of interest in our work and a high level of influence on the implementation of those recommendations. Now, if we take that quadrant and we juxtapose it with the top right-hand quadrant of the evaluation reports and of the communication products and of the different communication channels, all of a sudden we see patterns emerge. Which stakeholders are likely more interested in which evaluation reports, that are likely best transmitted through which communication products, which are likely best shared through which communication channels. Okay, and we can repeat that for every type of stakeholder, every type of product, every type of channel, every type of report. Now, very much like in the previous example with the neuroscience, this is far from a one-off exercise. These are moving elements on the puzzle, and so it's very important to monitor them all the time, to update the cube all the time, which is what we do, and we monitor through something we call the Communications Trends Report, which we produce twice a year. It's an internal resource, and we sort of gather every possible data point and trend under the sun in terms of how our products are consumed, by whom and when. Now, and hence we then update the cube and implement all over again. So what are the results in practical terms that this sort of tool has afforded us? Well, we've seen, and we continue to see, improved product targeting. What does that mean? In essence, it means that the right products are going to the right people. How do we see that? Well, we see that through increased readership of our products. Improved message tailoring, which means that messages are resonating now more than ever with the right audience. How do we see that? We see that through increased engagement levels and informal feedback. And finally, which is also very important for me and the work that my unit does specifically, we see an improved return on investment of our communication efforts. And what does that mean? Well, it means that on the one hand, we have all these improved stats and targeting, tailoring, consumption, and so on and so forth. We're actually achieving these without needing additional resources, financial or human. So by definition, we're getting a greater bang for the buck, right? Greater return on investment on what we're doing. So as I said, this is a very practical tool. It's something that you can use sort of out of the box, and hopefully it's sort of a transferable resource that can be easily used by sort of people across different agencies. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. I think you'll have to, yes, share this this cube visual with us. I think it's a useful way of thinking of things, and this point of getting the right products and the right message to the right people and at the right time resonates with other conversations we've been having throughout the conference, but also with what Wendy and Olga, you were saying earlier about, it's not about just sending out the report and hoping that it will land. But it was, I think, Wendy, you were talking about a fleet of products that we need to use to reach out to different audiences. I also like your point, Alexander, about this being a dynamic process. You don't just get it right the first time, right? You have to sort of keep going at it and keeping your ear to the ground and adjust based on the feedback you're receiving. So thank you for sharing that. So with this, we'll move on to the Q&A part of the session. So if you have questions in the room, please raise your hands. And then we also have some questions online. Also, don't hesitate to share, in the spirit of brilliant failures, do not hesitate to share some difficulties you might have encountered or brilliant failures, the way Olga shared with us, that you might have faced in your functions. So let's maybe start with a few questions from the room, and then I'll make sure we also get to our... Oh, wait, Yuri wanted to come in. Yeah.
Okay, let me start. So I have a question. I mean, I'm seeking advice probably from Wendy and Olga, because we, of course, are writing the same report for two types of audiences. The first one is the management of the bank, because we need their buyout, essentially, and their consent, because they implement our recommendations ultimately. But of course, it's not the goal in itself. We also write for external audiences. Our report get published. And so we have two very different types of communications with the same report. If I go to the management and give them the old razzle-dazzle with the mustache, I mean, my death will be quick and painful. And on the other hand, if I, present the report with notions like, the technical rounding of the scores and profitability, whatever metrics, to the audience outside, I mean, nobody will read it apart from maybe people who have insomnia problems. So what can we do to reconcile the two with essentially the same type of product, the same report?
Thank you, Yuri. Thierry, you have a question?
Thank you. Thierry Fontenelle from the EIB's AI division. When you talked about how to engage with your audiences, you related to the fact that there are multiple dimensions in how people see their own identity, and it is important to try to find these various dimensions to try to relate to them, to engage. One of the dimensions that was not mentioned here in how we define ourselves is also our language. I'm a linguist myself, so that may not necessarily be a chance that I'm asking this kind of question. Is there anything in your own experience, you and Wendy here, that is about multilingualism? For example, how important is it as well to speak the language of the person to whom you are talking? I know that we are all in an audience here where we are sharing the same common lingua franca. We are all speaking English, so probably it's a non-issue in most cases, but I would still like to see whether you have any lesson learned with respect to that, or failures or successes, or things which show that multilingualism and this language aspect as well is important to reach out to the right audiences in something to which they can relate. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Aaron has a question also.
Thank you. So I have two questions to Olga. The first one is whether she still have left some of those gummy bears that they were taking during the mustache campaign, because I would be interested. Now, the serious one is, you talked about the role of emotions, and And I think it's very important. We all know that we pretend to be rational entities, but even our biggest decisions are usually taken by on the basis of emotions. When we buy a house, we don't buy it because it has like a super price to value ratio. We pretend that we are buying it for that. We are buying it because it smells good or it evokes some childhood memories and so on. But I mean, emotions are an important tool, but sometimes, or for me, it feels that they're too strong sometimes. So when we use emotions to push our results, when are we stepping over the boundaries of manipulation? When do we become kind of like the spin doctors of our own results? When do we feel that the emotions that we are evoking are becoming more important than the evidence that we are so proud of and what we want to bring forward to decision makers? So what are the ethics of communications based on emotions?
Okay, maybe just one question from Emmanuel, then we'll, oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Roya, you had a question. Then, okay, then we'll give the panelists a chance to answer.
Hi, thanks everyone. Thanks so much for an excellent panel and an excellent past 2 days. My name is Roya. I am a former UN person and the last 5 years have been with UN Women in a role that had to deal a lot with communication of reporting findings for the Women, Peace and Security and Humanitarian Action Compact. It's a big mouthful, and we had to communicate the findings of $3.5 billion in investment development financing with an impact on 47 million women and girls in crisis and conflict across 6 stakeholder groups, ranging from governments, multilaterals, private sector, academic institutions, UN entities, and civil society organizations, often from the grassroots level. So we had got everybody. And one of the things that we really struggled with was how do we communicate? And a couple of the things, so just a reflection on lessons learned from our side was that one of the important things was that we needed all of our users, all of our stakeholders to see themselves in our report. So we achieved that through visualizations. We had a lot of visuals that were not only infographics, but also visuals that represented everybody in as much as we can, of course, within the UN chapeau. Another thing we did is that we looked at how the user was going to use our evaluation and our reports. And one of the things we did is we had a traditional PDF that you can download that everybody loves to see. But then we also got an interactive animated online version of our report, which was something totally revolutionary for UN Women. OHCHR has been doing some really great reporting, but it hasn't necessarily funneled out as much. And we were able to allow scrolling, and we also had a really great mobile application of this report that was also animated and interactive. And it was able to be scrolled on and guided through an index. So you didn't have to go through and read through the whole report. You could pick exactly where you wanted to go, if it was feminist financing or if it was participation or something like that. It really got well received. It became really well received. The visuals were fantastic. And we had communicating our results in various languages that were directly related to the evaluation, of course, in many different online versions, and also allowing a low web version to also be accessible because of the wider range of people who don't necessarily have high bandwidth. So these were just a couple of lessons learned from our side that I wanted to just share. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Roya. So I'll give Olga, Wendy, and Alexander a chance to address some of the questions as they see relevant to their experience. Can you start, Olga?
With which question? Which questions?
Oh,
how should we?
Okay, well, I was going to let you decide, but so of course there's Aaron's question on emotions. How do you feel about that and the ethics around it? Don't know if you have some good tips for our colleague Yuri on how to communicate a more technical evaluation to different audiences. Again, I don't know if you've had any experiences with the languages, so just go ahead and see if you can address some of the questions, and then I'll give a chance to Wendy and Alexander to react.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so to start with Aaron, right? Aaron. So about manipulation and emotion, I'm right there with you, honestly, because going to a business school and then, listening to the marketing courses, of course, you listen, you're like, gosh, this is manipulation. Like, what are you teaching us, But then you evolve into becoming an adult, hopefully mature, emotionally mature adult, and you know the right from wrong, and you can use your best judgment. And of course, in the organizations like World Bank, IFC, EIB, the level of maturity that is required of you is pretty high. That's why the mustache campaign. So it was a huge risk, but it worked. And I don't think it's manipulation, because it depends how you do it, and it depends on your intention. If your intention is right, and you know that some people need to see this, right? When you know it in your core, this is the information that is going to, help them in their work, help them in better decision making. Like, your intention is very clear. So I don't think it's manipulation. I think it's important because, like you said, I totally agree with you. Buying a house is a completely emotional decision, and some people think they are rational, like you said, but actually they like the feeling of feeling rational. They like the feeling of feeling smart. So when they research for hours and hours and hours before buying something or before making a decision online, that's because it gives them the feeling of I'm rational. It's not because it's really the most accurate decision. So catering to those small human things that make us human. I think that's the beauty of it. That's why, we love being all together here and speaking kind of like this, it's not all organized speech. It's not all perfect. It's not all polished. Who cares? That's how we learn the best. That's how we relate to each other. And when we, in those big, long reports, human is lost. Human is not there anymore. And it works against our biology. So no for the manipulation, yes for syncing with the human biology. That's what I would say. Regarding that, I know Wendy will chime in because she has her own perspective. Yes, yes.
So Wendy, would you like to react to some of the questions we had?
Sure. Just to add to that one, I'm kind of the logical thinker in the Myers-Briggs. I always fall, in the thinking mode. And because I do communications, I always have to think of the audience that we're communicating to. And it's the famous WIIFM, what's in it for me? And so you almost have to put yourself in those other people's shoes. And that doesn't mean you still don't present facts or evidence, but you do it with humanity. You do it with compassion, and you do it with the standpoint of your whole intention is sharing these findings and recommendations and helping them to make progress on them. And when we can relate to them, when we can empathize with them, because we're not just thinking creatures, we are also feeling creatures. Whatever percentage of that is that with you may differ, but we are all of those things. You don't have to be overly emotional or overly feeling, but you have to tap into that because you are relating to another human being, and it's just the kind thing to do. So I don't know if Alexander wants to share anything about that, or if you want me to move on to another question. I jotted some of them down because there was a lot of really good ones, but we can speak a little bit to all of them.
Well, maybe speak a bit, and then I'll to some of the other points you'd like to address, and then I'll give the floor to Alexander.
Sure. Just going back to the very first one, which was about the two outreach campaigns, because you have an internal and external, and you have to know your audience. Again, you tailor it specifically for that audience. And while the mustache campaign might have been a little bit edgy, it was specifically geared for internal, trying to engage, motivate. So very different. We wouldn't recommend that certainly for your external audience, or maybe not even internal. But once those teams start working on some of the recommendations, maybe it depends. We would have to, you know, assess what that was. So yeah, you have to definitely, your information is still the same. How you present it, assemble it, package it may differ based on your internal or external, because these are, some may just be awareness campaigns with your external. Your internal would be sort of a behavior changing campaign. So that's going to differ quite a bit. But these are nuances that you put into, and mostly by trying to put yourself in those particular target audience's shoes and imagining, you know, what that experience is for them to receive this information and what might motivate them.
Thank you, Wendy. Alexander, would you like to react to some of the questions we got?
Yes, sure. In fact, I wanted to react to the sort of lessons learned that the colleague from former UN women brought to the table, because there was something very interesting that I wanted to pick out there, sort of re-emphasize it. So she mentioned that one of the successes of the campaign was determined by the fact that they were able to present the findings in such a way that people saw themselves in the content that was being given visibility. Right? That was one of the main elements of success. And this comes back to some of the things that we've been saying at the beginning. Now, people give credibility to things in which they see themselves. It's like human nature. And conversely, people are likely, so going back to the evaluation world, people are likely to implement recommendations that they deem to be credible, quite obviously. Now, if you bring together these two statements, the result is, quite simply, people implement recommendations in which they see themselves. That's quite simple. So for that to happen, you know, they're only going to see themselves in those recommendations to the extent to which sort of they are brought on board throughout the process, and they feel, you know, that they're actually, but not brought on board just as a sort of tick box exercise, but they feel they are able to give meaningful contributions. Now, we have found in our experience that when this happens, some of the sort of harshest assessments of a given project or strategy might come from, you know, the people who've actually been implementing them. So they can actually be even harsher than the evaluators themselves once they sort of realize the stake that's in it for them. Okay? That's the level sort of empathy and connection that, you know, that ultimately is going to result in those recommendations leading to uptake. And I think that, yeah, that's something that sort of we can learn from the example of from the UN Women campaign.
Thank you. I think we have some questions online. I'll just have one more round for the online.
We didn't address Thierry's question.
Sorry. Oh, do you have a? Okay.
I mean, I don't have much to say. Maybe Wendy will have something to add, because thank you for your question, Thierry. And yeah, usually we design in English. That's for sure, because even in the World Bank Group, you know, there are a lot of country offices, and so a lot of our communication campaigns were shipped to country offices, and they were usually in English, I must say. But of course, it would be such a great bonus if, I think, you know, as technology evolves, right, and now we have the opportunity to translate our communications to so many languages with AI. I mean, even Canva, we designed some more campaigns in Canva, and Canva now allows to automatically translate your, if it's not big report, of course, but like, you know, light communications, real time in different languages. So we should absolutely use that. One thing that comes to my mind regarding the it's almost like it's more like multiculturalism than multilingualism. Wendy, I don't know if you remember when it was early on, at least for me in my career with the World Bank, and I remember I don't remember what was the campaign, what was the visual, but I do remember being much younger, naive. We had something related to the feet. I don't remember why we wanted to put the feet, remember? Like the print of the feet on, I don't remember what it was. And actually we were almost like scolded by our colleagues saying, in some countries in Asia, it's a big no. You can absolutely not, you know, put imprint of the feet. So that was, I think, for me, like a big, oh, okay, I had the wrong map again, you know. So that's a good teaching moment. I don't know, Wendy, if you remember something else.
Well, a lot of the visuals that we use, I know, have to be inclusive and have diversity representation across the collection of our products. And as far as messaging, we have to be very careful because while it mostly is always in English, sometimes things will get translated, but we're not a part of that process once the core product has been developed. But we have to be very careful in the messaging that there's no slang or colloquialisms because we do have a diverse audience where English isn't necessarily the native language, even though that may be the language in the communications. So there's a lot of thought that has to go into our development of the visuals and the communications material around the packaging of whatever we're communicating.
Thank you. And it goes beyond, of course, as we know, beyond language. It's also on cultural elements that are attached to this.
Yes.
I realize we're short on time, but I just want to give a chance to our online audience to get some questions from them. And then we'll do a quick round of answers to those questions. So Sonia, could you?
Yeah, we've got 3 questions. Some have already been discussed, I think, but here they are. The first one, how can we make our targeted audience read our evaluation reports? And then a representative of the International Federation of the Red Cross is asking, what is the fine line between catering to target audiences on evaluations, usually short, sweet, and punchy reports, versus quality of evidence? And then finally, the second question from this participant, who was also very interested by the mustache story. She's saying, mustache story was great and indeed inspiring. I'm curious to hear the follow-up on the findings/recommendations by the World Bank on this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll give a chance to Alexander to react a little bit first to this tension on, short and sweet reports versus still being able to convey the messages. And if there's anything else you want to address very quickly.
Yes, no, very quickly. I mean, it comes back, for us, the answer comes back to that tool that I shared. So the Q. It's never about diluting the evidence or simplifying it. It's just, in many ways, you don't even need to make it easier. It's just finding the right pitch for the right audience. And that is not, it's not a one size fits all. So a member of the executive board is going to expect a different type of product to land on his or her desk compared to how, we might be feeding the information back to, the local project beneficiaries. So it goes back to understanding, it was what Olga was saying, really, understanding the context and therefore understanding what people need in that particular moment. It's never a matter of changing the information. Or watering it down in any which way.
Yes, thank you indeed, Alexander. Wendy, would you like to add something to that or to respond quickly to some of the questions, the online questions we had?
The only thing to add is it's not necessarily either or, it's both. So you do have the short and sweet, and that's where we were talking about the collection of communications and or visual products, because certainly, that full report is needed. However, how do you package around it to help inspire people to read? And that sort of goes to the first question, which was speaking about the specific target audience and how to make them read. Well, usually you have to know your audience. The What's in It for Me acronym, tap into that. And that's where you tap into, their emotions, their feelings. Obviously, we're all adults and we show up at the workplace and we're all very professional and we, like to think we're very clever and smart. But we also have things that motivate us, that drive us. That's all part of the emotion. What do we value? And so the more you can tap into that, it's a group, it's not individuals, but, what is sort of the group thinking? What is the sort of the group inspiration? And that's where we personally develop these behavior changing campaigns around these specific nuances of this audience to motivate them. That's what we actually have to do. So that's how we get them to read. But by building a hierarchy of, a collection of communication material, you get them in the door and then you give them a little more, and then you give them a little more, and then you give them more. And if their ultimate goal is to get them to read this full report, great, you can guide them there. If your goal is to help them move the needle and make some progress, and it's progress, not always perfection, you know, this is probably a lot of findings and a lot of recommendations. And that's where we were saying, what are your 2 or 3? What are your 3 to 5? You know, give them something to get started with, gain some momentum, you know, build some progress, and keep growing from there.
Thank you, Wendy. And Olga, sorry, not an easy task for you, but would you like to add something to some of the questions we just had?
I think the question was about the mustache campaign, the follow-up of the mustache campaign, right? That's what that was. Did I understand it correctly? The follow-up. So mustache campaign went to live their own life, and it's really spread, and people were. It really was an emotional, you know, gathering point for people, and we received a lot of great messages from people, from management. I think management was surprised. People were surprised in the senior management because they're not used to this, you know, tactics being used and working. And actually at the very end of the program, when everything was done and all, the program received the VPU award, so the Vice Presidency award, for doing the excellent, you know, on this HR system overhaul. And that is the big testimonial to you gotta do what you gotta do, you know, when you're in crisis mode, and when you have to use drastic measures. It's not like when they said it's not for every situation, but when you're in the drastic, you know, situation, use drastic measures, I would say, but use them carefully. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much to Alexander, Wendy, and Olga for a really very inspiring discussion. So I'll just wrap up very quickly. I think one, EV needs to build up its prop wardrobe. So that will be our takeaway number 1. What I'm taking away from this is that really clearly uptake of our evaluations is never accidental. It has to be intentional and purposeful. We also need to think more in terms of targeted communication as opposed to broadcasting. Also hearing that emotion creates motion. And finally, if we have no trust, there will be no traction. So maybe some takeaways to bring with us at the end of this session. Thank you very much, and thank you to our panelists.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great discussion. And yes, I will now pass the floor to Emmanuel, as we've reached the end of our agenda for the day. And I think Emmanuel still has some thoughts to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. So indeed, we are reaching the end of our session and the end of our conference. It was indeed quite a rich conversation, and definitely we are much stronger together when we think collectively about what it takes for evaluation to evolve in a changing world. So we discussed yesterday, and we continue this discussion about additionality, the need to contextualize more, to embed this concept into the right initiatives, and to walk the talk beyond the narratives to really make it a strong driver for the investment approach of our organizations. We also discussed simplification, and I think the clear message that was passed was that simplification is not about lowering the ambitions, it's about focusing efforts where they are the most useful and to better target with proportionate evidence. We also discussed the influence of evaluations, and the key message was also what was said here. We have to design for influence. We don't have to just hope that a report will be read, but throughout the process, from identifying which evaluation we're going to implement, through talking to the person with emotions, we have to design for influence. So and there were many other aspects discussed, so I'm not going to even attempt to summarize all that. But thank you very much, everyone, for participating, both online and here in Luxembourg. It's been really a great discussion, also bringing people from different backgrounds, from different perspectives. And it was great to see how these different perspectives were challenging each other, learning from each other, and collectively making our thoughts and our ideas better. So indeed, we are more influential when we are connected to the operations, connected to governance, connected to the decision makers, and connected to our fellow evaluation community. So I hope this is the continuation of a dialogue that we'll be having amongst all of us, and we'll continue to share our experiences. So a sincere thank you to all the participants, online, and thank you to the chairs, to the panelists, and to the audience. And of course, thank you as well to the EV colleagues who've done an amazing job in organizing a great event. We didn't have that many failures on which we can learn, in fact. So maybe we'll do better next time. So, and thank you for colleagues from protocols as well, who've done an amazing job. So we'll be sharing this material, the discussions, the videos online with the participants. Keep connected with us. If you want to engage further with colleagues on our evaluations, on our approaches, on our IT approach, on our communication approach, please reach out to colleagues. And I wish you a safe travel back home, and we stay connected. Thank you.